Book 5, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia. The Aeneid, by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 5, Games and a Conflagration, Part 1. Meantime the Trojan cuts his wat'ry way, Fix'd on his voyage through the curling sea. Then, casting back his eyes with dire amaze, Sees on the Punic shore the mounting blaze. The cause unknown, yet his presaging mind the fate of Dido from the fire divin'd. He knew the stormy souls of womankind, What secret springs their eager passions move, How capable of death for injur'd love. Dire auguries from thence the Trojans draw, Till neither fires nor shining shores they saw. Now seas and skies their prospect only bound, An empty space above, a floating field around. But soon the heavens with shadows were o'erspread, A swelling cloud hung hov'ring o'er their head. Livid it look'd, the threat'ning of a storm; Then night and horror ocean's face deform. The pilot, Palinurus, cried aloud, "What gusts of weather from that gath'ring cloud My thoughts presage? Ere yet the tempest roars, Stand to your tackle, mates, and stretch your oars; Contract your swelling sails, and luff to wind." The frighted crew perform'd the task assign'd. Then to his fearless chief: "Not Heav'n," said he, "Tho' Jove himself should promise Italy, Can stem the torrent of this raging sea. Mark how the shifting winds from west arise, And what collected night involves the skies. Nor can our shaken vessels live at sea, Much less against the tempest force their way. 'Tis fate diverts our course, and fate we must obey. Not far from hence, if I observ'd aright The southing of the stars and polar light, Sicilia lies, whose hospitable shores In safety we may reach with struggling oars." Aeneas then replied: "Too sure I find we strive in vain against the seas and wind. Now shift your sails: what place can please me more Than what you promise, the Sicilian shore, Whose hallow'd earth Anchises' bone contains, And where a prince of Trojan lineage reigns?" The course resolv'd, before the western wind They scud amain, and make the port a sign. Meanwhile Acestes, from a lofty stand, Beheld the fleet descending on the land; And, not unmindful of his ancient race, Down from the cliff he ran with eager pace, And held the hero in a strict embrace. Of a rough Libyan bear the spoils he wore, And either hand a pointed jav'lin bore. His mother was a dame of Dardan blood, His sire Crinisus, a Sicilian flood. He welcomes his returning friends ashore, With plenteous country cates and homely store. Now, when the following morn had chas'd away The flying stars, and light restor'd the day, Aeneas call'd the Trojan troops around, And thus bespoke them from a rising ground: "Offspring of heav'n, divine Dardanian race, The sun revolving thro' th' ethereal space, The shining circle of the year has fill'd, Since first this isle my father's ashes held. And now the rising day renews the year, a day for ever sad, for ever dear. This would I celebrate with annual games, with gifts on altars piled, and holy flames, tho' banish'd to gay Tulia's barren sands, caught on the Grecian seas, or hostile lands. But since this happy storm our fleet has driven, not, as I deem, without the will of Heav'n, upon these friendly shores and flow'ry plains, which hide Anchises and his blest remains, let us with joy perform his honours due, and pray for prosperous winds our voyage to renew. Pray that in towns and temples of our own the name of great Anchises may be known, and yearly games may spread the gods' renown. Our sports, Acestes, of the Trojan race, with royal gifts ordain'd is pleas'd to grace. 2 steers on ev'ry ship the king bestows; his gods and ours shall share your equal vows. Besides, if, 9 days hence, the rosy morn shall with unclouded light the skies adorn, that day with solemn sports I mean to grace. Light galleys on the seas shall run a wat'ry race; some shall in swiftness for the gold contend, and others try the twanging bow to bend. The strong, with iron gauntlets arm'd, shall stand oppos'd in combat on the yellow sand. Let all be present at the games prepar'd, and joyful victors wait the just reward. But now assist the rites with garlands crown'd." He said, and first his brows with myrtle bound; Then Helymus by his example led, And old Acestes each adorn'd his head. Thus young Ascanius with a sprightly grace His temples tied, and all the Trojan race. Aeneas then advanc'd amidst the train, By thousands follow'd thro' the fruitful plain, To great Anchises' tomb; which when he found, He pour'd to Bacchus on the hallow'd ground 2 bowls of sparkling wine, of milk 2 more, And 2 from offer'd bulls of purple gore. With roses then the sepulchre he strow'd, And thus his father's ghost he spoke aloud: "Hail, O ye holy mourners, hail again! Paternal ashes, now review'd in vain. The gods permitted not that you with me Should reach the promis'd shores of Italy, Or Tiber's flood, what flood soe'er it be." Scarce had he finish'd, when, with speckled pride, A serpent from the tomb began to glide. His hugy bulk on 7 high volumes roll'd; Blue was his breadth of back, but streak'd with gold. Thus, riding on his curls, he seem'd to pass A rolling fire along, and singe the grass. More various colours thro' his body run, Than Iris with her bow imbibes the sun. Betwixt the rising altars and around, The sacred monster shot along the ground. With harmless play amidst the bowls he pass'd, And with his lolling tongue essay'd the taste. Thus, fed with holy food, the wondrous guest Within the hollow tomb retir'd to rest. The pious prince, surpris'd at what he view'd, The funeral honours with more zeal renew'd, Doubtful if this the place's genius were, Or guardian of his father's sepulchre. 2 sheep, according to the rites, he slew; As many swine and steers of sable hue. New gen'rous wine he from the goblets pour'd, And call'd his father's ghost from hell restor'd. The glad attendants in long order come, Off'ring their gifts at great Anchises' tomb. Some add more oxen, some divide the spoil, Some place the chargers on the grassy soil, Some blow the fire, and offer'd entrails broil. Now came the day desir'd; the skies were bright With rosy lustre of the rising light. The bord'ring people, rous'd by sounding fame Of Trojan feasts and great Acestes' name, the crowded shore with acclamations fill, Part to behold, and part to prove their skill. And first the gifts in public view they place, Green laurel wreaths and palm, the victor's grace. Within the circle arms and tripods lie, Ingots of gold and silver heap'd on high, And vests embroider'd of the Tyrian dye. The trumpet's clangour then the feast proclaims, And all prepare for their appointed games. 4 galleys first with equal rowers bear, Advancing in the wat'ry lists appear. The speedy dolphin, that outstrips the wind, Bore Mnestheus, author of the Mamaean kind. Gyas the vast Chimaera's bulk commands, Which, rising like a tow'ring city, stands. 3 Trojans tug at every lab'ring oar, 3 banks in 3 degrees the sailors bore. Beneath their sturdy strokes the billows roar. Sergestus, who began the Sergian race, In the great Centaur took the leading place. Cloanthus on the sea-green Scylla stood, From whom Cluentius draws his Trojan blood. Far in the sea, against the foaming shore, There stands a rock; the raging billows roar Above his head in storms; but, when 'tis clear, Uncurl their ridgy backs, and at his foot appear. In peace below the gentle waters run; The cormorants above lie basking in the sun. On this the hero fix'd an oak in sight, The mark to guide the mariners aright. To bear with this, the seamen stretch their oars; Then round the rock they steer, and seek the former shores. The lots decide their place. Above the rest, each leader shining in his Tyrian vest, the common crew, with wreaths of poplar boughs, Their temples crown, and shade their sweaty brows. Besmear'd with oil, their naked shoulders shine; All take their seats, and wait the sounding sign. They grip their oars, and ev'ry panting breast Is rais'd by turns by hope, by turns with fear depress'd. The clangour of the trumpet gives the sign; At once they start, advancing in a line. With shouts the sailors rend the starry skies; Lash'd with their oars, the smoky billows rise. Sparkles the briny main, and the vex'd ocean fries. Exact in time, with equal strokes they row. At once the brushing oars and brazen prow Dash up the sandy waves, and ope the depths below. Not fiery coursers in a chariot race Invade the field with half so swift a pace; Nor the fierce driver with more fury lends The sounding lash, and, ere the stroke descends, Low to the wheels his pliant body bends. The partial crowd their hopes and fears divide, And aid with eager shouts the favour'd side. Cries, murmurs, clamours, with a mixing sound, From woods to woods, from hills to hills rebound. Amidst the loud applauses of the shore, Gyas outstripp'd the rest, and sprung before. Cloanthus, better mann'd, pursued him fast, But his o'er-masted galley check'd his haste. The Centaur and the Dolphin brush'd the brine With equal oars, advancing in a line. And now the mighty Centaur seems to lead, And now the speedy Dolphin gets ahead. Now board to board the rival vessels row; The billows lave the skies, and ocean groans below. They reach the mark. Proud Gyas and his train In triumph rode, the victors of the main. But, steering round, he charg'd his pilots stand More close to shore, and skim along the sand. Let others bear to sea. Menoetes heard, But secret shelves too cautiously he fear'd, And fearing sought the deep, and still aloof he steer'd. With louder cries the captain call'd again, "Bear to the rocky shore, and shun the main." He spoke, and, speaking, at his stern he saw The bold Cloanthus near the shelvings draw. Betwixt the mark and him the Scylla stood, And in a closer compass plow'd the flood. He pass'd the mark, and wheeling got before. Gyas blasphem'd the gods, devotedly swore, Cried out for anger, and his hair he tore. Mindless of others' lives, so high was grown His rising rage, and careless of his own, The trembling dotard to the deck he drew, Then hoisted up, and overboard he threw. This done, he seiz'd the helm; his fellows cheer'd, Turn'd short upon the shelves, and madly steer'd. Hardly his head the plunging pilot rears, Clogg'd with his clothes, and cumber'd with his years. Now, dripping wet, he climbs the cliff with pain. The crowd, that saw him fall and float again, Shout from the distant shore, and loudly laugh To see his heaving breast disgorge the briny draught. The following Centaur and the Dolphin's crew Their vanish'd hopes of victory renew. While Gyas lags, they kindle in the race. To reach the mark, Sergestus takes the place. Mnestheus pursues, and, while around they wind, Comes up, not half his galley's length behind. Then on the deck amidst his mates appear'd, And thus their drooping courage he cheer'd: "My friends, and Hector's followers heretofore, Exert your vigour, tug the lab'ring oar. Stretch to your strokes, my still unconquer'd crew, Whom from the flaming walls of Troy I drew. In this our common interest let me find That strength of hand, that courage of the mind, As when you stemm'd the strong Malean flood, And o'er the Syrtes' broken billows row'd. I seek not now the foremost palm to gain, Tho' yet, but that haughty wish is vain. Let those enjoy it whom the gods ordain. But, to be last, the lags of all the race, Redeem yourselves and me from that disgrace." Now, one and all, they lug amain; they row at the full stretch, and shake the brazen prow. The sea beneath them sinks; their lab'ring sides Are swell'd, and sweat runs guttering down in tides. Chance aids their daring with unhop'd success. Sergestus, eager with his beak to press Betwixt the rival galley and the rock, Shuts up th' unwieldy Centaur in the lock. The vessel struck, and with the dreadful shock Her oars she shiver'd, and her head she broke. The trembling rowers from their banks arise, And, anxious for themselves, renounce the prize. With iron poles they heave her off the shores, And gather from the sea their floating oars. The crew of Mnestheus, with elated minds, Urge their success, and call the willing winds; Then ply their oars, and cut their liquid way In larger compass on the roomy sea. As, when the dove her rocky hole forsakes, Rous'd in a fright, her sounding rings she shakes. The cavern rings with clattering; out she flies, And leaves her callow care, and cleaves the skies. At first she flutters, but at length she springs To smoother flight, and shoots upon her wings. So Mnestheus in the Dolphin cuts the sea, And, flying with a force, that force assists his way. Sergestus in the Centaur soon he pass'd, Wedg'd in the rocky shoals, and sticking fast. In vain the victor he with cries implores, And practices to row with shatter'd oars. Then Mnestheus bears with Gyas, and outflies. The ship, without a pilot, yields the prize. Unvanquish'd Scylla now alone remains; Her he pursues, and all his vigour strains. Shouts from the fav'ring multitude arise. Applauding echo to the shouts replies. Shouts, wishes, and applause run rattling thro' the skies. These clamours with disdain the Scylla heard, Much grudg'd the praise, but more the robb'd reward. Resolv'd to hold their own, they mend their pace, All obstinate to die, or gain the race. Rais'd with success, the Dolphin swiftly ran, For they can conquer who believe they can. Both urge their oars, and fortune both supplies, And both perhaps had shar'd an equal prize, When to the seas Cloanthus holds his hands, And succour from the wat'ry pow'rs demand. Gods of the liquid realms on which I row, If, giv'n by you, the laurel bind my brow, assist to make me guilty of my vow. A snow-white bull shall on your shore be slain, His offer'd entrails cast into the main, And ruddy wine from golden goblets thrown Your grateful gift and my return shall own. The choir of nymphs, and Phorcus from below, With virgin Panopia heard this vow; And old Portunus, with his breadth of hand, Push'd on, and sped the galley to the land. Swift as a shaft, o' winged wings she flies, And, darting to the port, obtains the prize. The herald summons all, and then proclaims Cloanthus conqueror of the naval games. The prince with laurel crowns the victor's head, And 3 fat steers are to his vessel led, The ship's reward; with generous wine beside, And sums of silver, which the crew divide. The leaders are distinguish'd from the rest; The victor honour'd with a nobler vest, Where gold and purple strive in equal rows, And needlework its happy cost bestows. There Ganymede is wrought with living art, Chasing thro' Ida's groves the trembling hart. Breathless he seems, yet eager to pursue, When from aloft descends in open view The bird of Jove, and, sousing on his prey, With crooked talons bears the boy away. In vain, with lifted hands and gazing eyes, His guards behold him soaring thro' the skies, And dogs pursue his flight with imitated cry. Mnestheus the second victor was declar'd, And summon'd there the second prize he shar'd. A coat of mail, which brave Demoleus bore, More brave Aeneas from his shoulders tore, In single combat on the Trojan shore. This was ordain'd for Mnestheus to possess, In war for his defence, for ornament in peace. Rich was the gift, and glorious to behold, But yet so ponderous with its plates of gold, That scarce 2 servants could the weight sustain. Yet, loaded thus, Demoleus o'er the plain Pursued, and lightly seiz'd the Trojan train. The third, succeeding to the last reward, 2 goodly bowls of massy silver shar'd, With figures prominent and richly wrought, And 2 brass caldrons from Dodona brought. Thus all, rewarded by the hero's hands, Their conquering temples bound with purple bands. And now Sergestus, clearing from the rock, Brought back his galley shatter'd with the shock. Forlorn she look'd without an aiding oar, And, hooted by the vulgar, made to shore. As, when a snake, surpris'd upon the road, Is crush'd athwart her body by the load Of heavy wheels, or with a mortal wound Her belly bruis'd, and trodden to the ground, In vain with loosen'd curls she crawls along, Yet fierce above she brandishes her tongue, Glares with her eyes, and bristles with her scales; But, grovelling in the dust, her parts unsound she trails. So slowly to the port the Centaur tends, But what she wants in oars with sails amends. Yet, for his galley sav'd, the grateful prince Is pleas'd th' unhappy chief to recompense. Pholoe, the Cretan slave, rewards his care, beauteous herself, with lovely twins as fair. From thence his way the Trojan hero bent Into the neighb'ring plain, with mountains pent, Whose sides were shaded with surrounding wood. Full in the midst of this fair valley stood A native theatre, which, rising slow By just degrees, o'erlook'd the ground below. High on a sylvan throne the leader sate; A numerous train attend in solemn state. Here those that in the rapid course delight, Desire of honour, and the prize invite. The rival runners without order stand, The Trojans mix'd with the Sicilian band. First Nisus with Euryalus appears, Euryalus a boy of blooming years, With sprightly grace and equal beauty crown'd; Nisus for friendship to the youth renown'd. Diores next, of Priam's royal race; Then Salius join'd with Patron took their place. But Patron in Arcadia had his birth, And Salius his from Acarnanian earth. When two Sicilian youths, the names of those Swift Helymus and lovely Panopes, Both jolly huntsmen, both in forest bred, And owning all Acestes for the head, And sev'ral others of ignobler name, Whom time has not deliver'd o'er to fame. To these the hero thus his thoughts explain'd, In words which general approbation gain'd. One common largess is for all design'd; The vanquish'd and the victor shall be join'd. 2 darts of polish'd steel and Gnosian wood, A silver-studded axe alike bestow'd. The foremost 3 have olive wreaths decreed. The first of these obtains a stately steed, Adorn'd with trappings; and the next in fame The quiver of an Amazonian dame, With feather'd Thracian arrows well supplied. A golden belt shall gird his manly side, Which with a sparkling diamond shall be tied. The third this Grecian helmet shall content, He said. To their appointed base they went. With beating hearts the expected sign receiv'd, And starting all at once, the barrier leave. Spread out as on the winged winds they flew, And seiz'd the distant goal with greedy view. Shot from the crowd, swift Nisus all o'erpass'd; Nor storms nor thunder equal half his haste. The next, but though the next yet far disjoin'd, Came Salius, and Euryalus behind. Then Helymus, who young Diores plied, Step after step, and almost side by side, His shoulders pressing, and in longer space Had won, or left at least a dubious race. Now spent, the goal they almost reach at last, When eager Nisus, hapless in his haste, Slipp'd first, and slipping fell upon the plain, Soak'd with the blood of oxen newly slain. The careless victor had not mark'd his way, But, treading where the treach'rous puddle lay, His heels flew up, and on the grassy floor He fell, besmear'd with filth and holy gore. Not mindless then, Euryalus, of thee, Nor of the sacred bonds of amity, He strove th' immediate rival's hope to cross, And caught the foot of Salius as he rose. So Salius lay extended on the plain. Euryalus springs out the prize to gain, And leaves the crowd. Applauding peals attend the victor to his goal, Who vanquish'd by his friend. Next Helymus, then Diores came, By 2 misfortunes made the third in fame. But Salius enters, and exclaiming loud For justice, deafens and disturbs the crowd; Urges his cause may in the court be heard, And pleads the prize is wrongfully conferr'd. but favour for Euryalus appears. His blooming beauty, with his tender years, had bribed the judges for the promis'd prize. Besides, Diores fills the court with cries, who vainly reaches at the last reward, if the first palm on Salius be conferr'd. Then thus the prince: "Let no disputes arise; where fortune plac'd it, I award the prize. But fortune's errors give me leave to mend, at least to pity my deserving friend," he said; and from among the spoils he draws, Pond'rous with shaggy mane and golden paws, a lion's hide. To Salius this he gives. Nisus with envy sees the gift, and grieves. "If such rewards to vanquish'd men are due," he said, "and falling is to rise by you, what prize may Nisus from your bounty claim, Who merited first rewards and fame? In falling both an equal fortune tried, Would fortune for my fall so well provide." With this he pointed to his face, and show'd his hand, and all his habit smear'd with blood. Th' indulgent father of the people smil'd, and caus'd to be produc'd an ample shield of wondrous art, by Didymaon wrought, long since from Neptune's bars in triumph brought. This, giv'n to Nisus, he divides the rest, and equal justice in his gifts express'd. The race thus ended, and rewards bestow'd, once more the prince bespeaks th' attentive crowd: "If there be here whose dauntless courage dare In gauntlet fight with limbs and body bare, His opposite sustain in open view, Stand forth the champion, and the games renew. 2 prizes I propose, and thus divide: A bull with gilded horns and fillets tied Shall be the portion of the conqu'ring chief; A sword and helm shall cheer the loser's grief." Then haughty Dares in the lists appears; Stalking he strides, his head erected bears. His nervous arms the weighty gauntlet wield, And loud applauses echo thro' the field. Dares alone in combat us'd to stand, The match of mighty Paris, hand to hand. The same at Hector's funerals undertook Gigantic Butes of th' Amycian stock, And, by the stroke of his resistless hand, Stretch'd the vast bulk upon the yellow sand. Such Dares was, and such he strode along, And drew the wonder of the gazing throng. His brawny back and ample breast he shows, His lifted arms around his head he throws, And deals in whistling air his empty blows. His match is sought, but thro' the trembling band Not one dares answer to the proud demand. Presuming of his force, with sparkling eyes, Already he devours the promis'd prize. He claims the bull with awless insolence, And, having seiz'd his horns, accosts the prince: "If none my matchless valour dares oppose, How long shall Dares wait his dastard foes? Permit me, chief, permit without delay, To lead this uncontested gift away." The crowd assents, and with redoubled cries, For the proud challenger demands the prize. End of Book 5, Part 1. Book 5, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Early, Falls Church, Virginia. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 5, Games and a Conflagration. Part II. Acestes, fir'd with just disdain, to see the palm usurp'd without a victory, reproach'd Entellus thus, who sate beside, and heard and saw, unmov'd, the Trojans' pride. Once, but in vain, a champion of renown, so tamely can you bear the ravish'd crown. A prize in triumph borne before your sight, and shun for fear the danger of the fight? Where is our Eryx now, the boasted name, the god who taught your thund'ring arm the game? Where now your baffled honour? Where the spoil that fill'd your house, and fame that fill'd our isle? Entellus thus: My soul is still the same, unmov'd with fear, and mov'd with martial fame. But my chill blood is curdled in my veins, and scarce the shadow of a man remains. O could I turn to that fair prime again, that prime of which this boaster is so vain! The brave, who this decrepit age defies, should feel my force without the promis'd prize. He said, and rising at the word, he threw 2 pond'rous gauntlets down in open view; gauntlets which Eryx, wont in fight to wield, and sheath'd his hand with in the listed field. With fear and wonder seiz'd, the crowd beholds the gloves of death, with 7 distinguish'd folds of tough bull hides. The space within is spread with iron, or with loads of heavy lead. Dares himself was daunted at the sight, renounc'd his challenge, and refus'd to fight. Astonish'd at their weight, the hero stands, and pois'd the pond'rous engines in his hands. What had your wonder, said Entellus, been, had you the gauntlets of Alcides seen, or view'd the stern debate on this unhappy green? These which I bear your brother Eryx bore, still mark'd with batter'd brains and mingled gore. With these he long sustain'd the Herculean arm, and these I wielded while my blood was warm. This languag'd frame, while better spirits fed, ere age unstrung my nerves, or time o'ersnow'd my head. But if the challenger these arms refuse, and cannot wield their weight, or dare not use; if great Aeneas and Acestes join in his request, these gauntlets I resign. Let us with equal arms perform the fight, and let him leave to fare, since I resign my right. This said, Entellus for the strife prepares. Stripp'd of his quilted coat, his body bears. Compos'd of mighty bones and brawn he stands, a goodly tow'ring object on the sands. Then just Aeneas equal arms supplied, which round their shoulders to their wrists they tied. Both on the tiptoe stand at full extent, their arms aloft, their bodies inly bent. Their heads from aiming blows they bear afar, with clashing gauntlets then provoke the war. One on his youth and pliant limbs relies, one on his sinews and his giant size. The last is still with age, his motion slow. He heaves for breath, he staggers to and fro, and clouds of issuing smoke his nostrils loudly blow. Yet, equal in success, they ward, they strike. Their ways are different, but their art alike. Before, behind, the blows are dealt; around their hollow sides the rattling thumps resound. A storm of strokes, well meant, with fury flies, and errs about their temples, ears, and eyes. Nor always errs, for oft the gauntlet draws a sweeping stroke along the crackling jaws, heavy with age. Entellus stands his ground, but with his warping body wards the wound. His hand and watchful eye keep even pace, while Dares traverses and shifts his place; and, like a captain who beleaguers round some strong-built castle on a rising ground, views all th' approaches with observing eyes, this and that other part in vain he tries, and more on industry than force relies. With hands on high, Entellus threats the foe, but Dares watch'd the motion from below, and slipp'd aside, and shunn'd the long descending blow. Entellus wastes his forces on the wind, and, thus deluded of the stroke design'd, headlong and heavy fell; his ample breast and weighty limbs his ancient mother press'd. So falls a hollow pine that long had stood on Ida's height, or Erymanthus' wood, torn from the roots. The diff'ring nations rise, and shouts and mingled murmurs rend the skies. Acestus runs with eager haste to raise the fallen companion of his youthful days. Dauntless he rose, and to the fight return'd; with shame his glowing cheeks, his eyes with fury burn'd. Disdain and conscious virtue fir'd his breast, and with redoubled force his foe he press'd. He lays on load with either hand amain, and headlong drives the Trojan o'er the plain; Nor stops, nor stays, nor rest, nor breath allows, But storm of stroke descend about his brows. A rattling tempest and a hail of blows. But now the prince, who saw the wild increase of wounds, commands the combatants to cease, and bounds Entellus' wrath, and bids the peace. First to the Trojans, spent with toil, he came, and sooth'd his sorrow for the suffer'd shame. "What fury seiz'd my friend?" "The gods," said he, "To him propitious, and averse to thee, Have giv'n his arms superior force to thine. 'Tis madness to contend with strength divine." The gauntlet fight thus ended, from the shore His faithful friends unhappy Dares bore. His mouth and nostrils pour'd a purple flood, And pounded teeth came rushing with his blood. Faintly he stagger'd thro' the hissing throng, And hung his head, and trail'd his legs along. The sword and casque are carried by his train, But with his foe the palm and ox remain. The champion then before Aeneas came, Proud of his prize, but prouder of his fame. "O goddess born, and you, Dardanian host, Mark with attention, and forgive my boast. Learn what I was, by what remains, and know From what impending fate you sav'd my foe." Sternly he spoke, and then confronts the bull, And, on his ample forehead aiming full, The deadly stroke descending pierc'd the skull. Down drops the beast, nor needs a second wound, But sprawls in pangs of death, and spurns the ground. Then thus: "In Dares' stead I offer this: Eryx, accept a noble sacrifice. Take the last gift my weather'd arms can yield; Thy gauntlets I resign, and here renounce the field." This done, Aeneas orders, for the close, The strife of archers with contending bows. The mast Sergestus' shatter'd galley bore, With his own hands he raises on the shore. A flutt'ring dove upon the top they tie, The living mark at which their arrows fly. The rival archers in a line advance, Their turn of shooting to receive from chance. A helmet holds their names, the lots are drawn. On the first scroll was read Hippocoon. The people shout. Upon the next was found young Mnestheus, late with naval honours crown'd. The third contain'd Eurytion's noble name, Thy brother Pandarus, and next in fame. whom Pallas urg'd the treaty to confound, and send among the gifts a feather'd wound. Acestes in the bottom last remain'd, whom not his age from youthful sports restrain'd. Soon all with vigour bend their trusty bows, and from the quiver each his arrow chose. Hippocoon's was the first; with forceful sway It flew, and whizzing cut the liquid way. Fix'd in the mast, the feather'd weapon stands. The fearful pigeon flutters in her bands, and the tree trembled, and the shouting cries Of the pleas'd people rend the vaulted skies. Then Mnestheus to the head his arrow drove, With lifted eyes, and took his aim above, But made a glancing shot, and miss'd the dove; Yet miss'd so narrow, that he cut the cord Which fasten'd by the foot the flitting bird. The captive thus releas'd, away she flies, And beats with clapping wings the yielding skies. His bow already bent, Ereuthyon stood, And, having first invok'd his brother god, His winged shaft with eager haste he sped. The fatal message reach'd her as she fled. She leaves her life aloft; she strikes the ground, And renders back the weapon in the wound. Acestes, grudging at his lot, remains Without a prize to gratify his pains; Yet, shooting upward, sends his shaft, To show an archer's art, and boast his twanging bow. The feather'd arrow gave a dire portent, And later augurs judge from this event. Chaf'd by the speed, it fir'd, and, as it flew, A trail of following flames ascending drew. Kindling they mount, and mark the shining way Across the skies, as falling meteors play, And vanish into wind, or in a blaze decay. The Trojans and Sicilians wildly stare, And trembling turn their wonder into pray'r. The Dardan prince put on a smiling face, And strain'd Acestes with a close embrace; Then, honouring him with gifts above the rest, Turn'd the bad omen, nor his fears confess'd. "The gods," said he, "this miracle have wrought, And order'd you the prize without the lot. Accept this goblet, rough with figur'd gold, Which Thracian Cisseus gave my sire of old. This pledge of ancient amity receive, Which to my second sire I justly give." He said, and, with the trumpet's cheerful sound, Proclaim'd him victor, and with laurel crown'd. Nor good Eurytion envied him the prize, Tho' he transfix'd the pigeon in the sky. Who cut the line, with second gifts was grac'd; The third was his whose arrow pierc'd the mast. The chief, before the games were wholly done, Call'd Periphantes, tutor to his son, And whisper'd thus: "With speed Ascanius find, And, if his childish troop be ready join'd, On horseback let him grace his grandsire's day, And lead his equals arm'd in just array." He said, and, calling out, the cirque he clears. The crowd withdrawn, an open plain appears. And now the noble youths, of form divine, Advance before their fathers in a line. The riders grace the steeds with glory shine. Thus, marching on in military pride, Shouts of applause resound from side to side. Their casques adorn'd with laurel wreaths they wear, Each brandishing aloft a cornel spear. Some at their backs their gilded quivers bore; Their chains of burnish'd gold hung down before. 3 graceful troops they form'd upon the green; 3 graceful leaders at their head were seen. 12 follow'd every chief, and left a space between. The first young Priam led, a lovely boy, Whose grandsire was th' unhappy king of Troy. His race in after times was known to fame, new honours adding to the Latian name. And well the royal boy his Thracian steed became, white were the fetlocks of his feet before, and on his front a snowy star he bore. Then beauteous Atys, with Iulus bred, of equal age, the second squadron led. The last in order, but the first in place, first in the lovely features of his face, rode fair Ascanius on a fiery steed, Queen Dido's gift, and of the Tyrian breed. Sure coursers for the rest the king ordains, with golden bits adorn'd, and purple reins. The pleas'd spectators peals of shouts renew, and all the parents in the children view them, make their motions, and their sprightly grace, and hopes and fears alternate in their face. The unfledg'd commanders and their martial train first make the circuit of the sandy plain, around their sires, and at the appointed sign, drawn up in beauteous order, form a line. The second signal sounds, the troop divides in 3 distinguish'd parts, with 3 distinguish'd guides. Again they close, and once again disjoin, in troop to troop opposed, and line to line. They meet, they wheel, they throw their darts afar, with harmless rage and well dissembled war. Then in a round the mingled bodies run, flying they follow, and pursuing shun. Broken they break, and rallying they renew, in other forms the military shew. At last in order undiscern'd they join, and march together in a friendly line. And, as the Cretan labyrinth of old, with wandering ways and many a winding fold, involv'd the weary feet without redress in a round error which denied recess, so fought the Trojan boys in warlike play, turn'd and return'd, and still a diff'rent way. Thus dolphins in the deep each other chase in circles, when they swim around the watery race. This game, these carousels, Ascanius taught, and building Alba to the Latins brought; shew'd what he learn'd. The Latin sires impart to their succeeding sons the graceful art. From these imperial Rome receiv'd the game, which Troy, the youths, the Trojan troop, they name. Thus far the sacred sports they celebrate, but Fortune soon resum'd her ancient hate. For while they pay their dead his annual dues, those envied rites Saturnian Juno views, and sends the goddess of the various bow to try new methods of revenge below; supplies the winds to wing her airy way, where in the port secure the navy lay. Swiftly fair Iris down her arch descends, and undiscern'd her fatal voyage ends. She saw the gath'ring crowd, and, gliding thence, the desert shore and fleet without defence. The Trojan matrons on the sands alone, with sighs and tears Anchises' death bemoan. Then turning to the sea their weeping eyes, their pity to themselves renews their cries. "Alas!" said one, "what oceans yet remain For us to sail, what labours to sustain!" All take the word, and, with a gen'ral groan, Implore the gods for peace, and places of their own. The goddess, great in mischief, views their pains, And in a woman's form her heav'nly limbs restrains. In face and shape old Beroe she becomes, Doryclus' wife, a venerable dame, Once bless'd with riches and a mother's name. Thus chang'd, amidst the crying crowd she ran, Mix'd with the matrons, and these words began: O wretched we, whom not the Grecian pow'r Nor flames destroy'd in Troy's unhappy hour! O wretched we, reserv'd by cruel fate Beyond the ruins of the sinking state! Now 7 revolving years are wholly run Since this improsp'rous voyage we begun; Since, toss'd from shores to shores, from lands to lands, Inhospitable rocks and barren sands, Wand'ring in exile thro' the stormy sea, We search in vain for flying Italy. Now, cast by fortune on this kindred land, What should our rest and rising walls withstand, Or hinder here to fix our banish'd band? O country lost, and gods redeem'd in vain, If still in endless exile we remain! Shall we no more the Trojan walls renew, Or streams of some dissembled Simois view? Haste, join with me, th' unhappy fleet consume! Cassandra bids, and I declare her doom. In sleep I saw her; she supplied my hands (For this I more than dreamt) with flaming brands. "With these," said she, "these wand'ring ships destroy; These are your fatal seats, and this your Troy. Time calls you now; the precious hour employ. Slack not the good presage, while Heav'n inspires Our minds to dare, and gives the ready fires. See, Neptune's altars minister their brands; The god is pleas'd, the god supplies our hands." And from the pile a flaming fire she drew, And, toss'd in air, amidst the galleys threw. Wrapp'd in amaze, the matrons wildly stare; Then Pyrgo reverenc'd for her hoary hair, Pyrgo, the nurse of Priam's num'rous race. No Beroe this, tho' she belies her face. What terrors from her frowning front arise! Behold a goddess in her ardent eyes! What rays around her heav'nly face are seen! Mark her majestic voice, and more than mortal mien. Beroe but now I left, whom pin'd with pain Her age and anguish from these rites detain." She said. The matrons, seiz'd with new amaze, Roll their malignant eyes, and on the navy gaze. They fear and hope, and neither part obey; They hope the fated land, but fear the fatal way. The goddess, having done her task below, Mounts up on equal wings, and bends the painted bow. Struck with the sight, and seiz'd with rage divine, The matrons prosecute their mad design. They shriek aloud; they snatch with impious hands The food of altars, fires, and flaming brands. Green boughs and saplings mingled in their haste, And smoking torches on the ships they cast. The flame, unstopp'd at first, more fury gains, And Vulcan rides at large with loosen'd reins. Triumphant to the painted sterns he soars, And seizes in this way the banks and crackling oars. Eumelus was the first the news to bear, While yet they crowd the rural theatre. Then what they hear is witness'd by their eyes: A storm of sparkles and of flames arise. Ascanius took th' alarm, while yet he led His early warriors on his prancing steed, And, spurring on, his equal soon o'erpass'd; Nor could his frighted friends reclaim his haste. Soon as the royal youth appear'd in view, He sent his voice before him as he flew. "What madness moves you, matrons, to destroy The last remainders of unhappy Troy? Not hostile fleets, but your own hopes you burn, And on your friends your fatal fury turn. Behold your own Ascanius!" While he said, He drew his glitt'ring helmet from his head, In which the youths to sportful arms he led. By this Aeneas and his train appear, And now the women, seiz'd with shame and fear, dispers'd, to woods and cavern take their flight, abhor their actions, and avoid the light. Their friends acknowledge, and their error find, and shake the goddess from their alter'd mind. Not so the raging fires their fury cease, But, lurking in the seams, with seeming peace Work on their way amidst the smouldering tow, Sure in destruction, but in motion slow. The silent plague thro' the green timber eats, And vomits out a tardy flame by fits. Down to the keels, and upward to the sails, The fire descends, or mounts, but still prevails. Nor buckets pour'd, nor strength of human hand, Can the victorious element withstand. The pious hero rends his robe, and throws to heav'ns his hand, And with his friends his vows. "O Jove," he cried, "if pray'rs can yet have place, If thou abhorrest not all the Dardan race, If any spark of pity still remain, If gods are gods, and not invok'd in vain, Yet spare the relics of the Trojan train, Yet from the flames our burning vessels free, Or let thy fury fall alone on me. At this devoted head thy thunder throw, And send the willing sacrifice below." Scarce had he said, when southern storms arise; From pole to pole the forky lightning flies. Loud rattling shakes the mountains and the plain; Heav'n bellies downward, and descends in rain; Whole sheets of water from the clouds are sent, Which, hissing thro' the planks, the flames prevent, And stop the fiery pest. 4 ships alone Burnt to the waist, and for the fleet atone. But doubtful thoughts the hero's heart divide, If he should still in Sicily reside, Forgetful of his fates, or tempt the main, In hope the promis'd Italy to gain. Then Notes, old and wise, to whom alone The will of Heav'n by Pallas was foreshown, Vers'd in portents, experienc'd, and inspir'd To tell events, and what the fates requir'd. Thus, while he stood, to neither part inclin'd, With cheerful words reliev'd his lab'ring mind. "O goddess born, resign'd in ev'ry state, With patience bear, with prudence push your fate. By suff'ring well our fortune we subdue; Fly when she frowns, and, when she calls, pursue. Your friend Acestes is of Trojan kind; To him disclose the secrets of your mind. Trust in his hands your old and useless train, Too numerous for the ships which yet remain. The feeble, old, indulgent of their ease, The dames who dread the dangers of the seas, With all the dastard crew who dare not stand The shock of battle with your foes by land. Here you may build a common town for all, And, from Acestes' name, ancestor call." The reasons, with his friend's experience join'd, Encourag'd much, but more disturb'd his mind. 'Twas dead of night, when to his slumb'ring eyes His father's shade descended from the skies, And thus he spoke: "O more than vital breath, Lov'd while I liv'd, and dear ev'n after death! O son, in various toils and troubles toss'd, The King of Heav'n employs my careful ghost On his command; the god, who sav'd from fire Your flaming fleet, and heard your just desire, The wholesome counsel of your friend receive, And here the coward train and women leave. The chosen youth, and those who nobly dare, Transport, to tempt the dangers of the war. The stern Italians will their courage try; Rough are their manners, and their minds are high. But first to Pluto's palace you shall go, And seek my shade among the blest below. For not with impious ghosts my soul remains, Nor suffer'd with the damn'd perpetual pains, But breathes the living air of soft Elysian plains. The chaste Sibylla shall your steps convey, and blood of offer'd victims free the way. There shall you know what realms the gods assign, And learn the fates and fortunes of your line. But now, farewell! I vanish with the night, And feel the blast of heav'n's approaching light." He said, and mix'd with shades, and took his airy flight. "Whither so fast?" the filial duty cried. "And why, ah why, the wish'd embrace denied?" He said, and rose. As holy zeal inspires, He rakes hot embers, and renews the fires. His country gods and Vesta then adores With cakes and incense, and their aid implores. Next for his friends and royal host he sent, Reveal'd his vision, and the gods' intent, With his own purpose. All, without delay, The will of Jove and his desires obey. They list with woman each degenerate name, Who dares not hazard life for future fame. These they cashier; the brave remaining few, Oars, banks, and cables half consum'd, renew. The prince designs a city with the plow; The lots their sev'ral tenements allow. This part is nam'd from Ilium, that from Troy, And the new king ascends the throne with joy. A chosen senate from the people draws, Appoints the judges, and ordains the laws. Then on the top of Eryx they begin A rising temple to the Paphian queen. Anchises last is honour'd as a god. A priest is added, annual gifts bestow'd, And groves are planted round his blest abode. 9 days they pass in feasts, their temples crown'd, And fumes of incense in the fanes abound. Then from the south arose a gentle breeze, That curl'd the smoothness of the glassy sea. The rising winds a ruffling gale afford, And call the merry mariners aboard. Now loud laments along the shores resound, Of parting friends in close embraces bound. The trembling women, the degenerate train, Who shun the frightful dangers of the main, Ev'n those desire to sail and take their share Of the rough passage and the promis'd war; Whom good Aeneas cheers, and recommends To their new master's care his fearful friends. On Eryx' altar 3 fat calves he lays, A lamb new fallen to the stormy seas; Then slips his hawsers, and his anchors weighs. High on the deck the godlike hero stands, With olive crown'd, a charger in his hands. Then cast the reeking entrails in the brine, And pour'd the sacrifice of purple wine. Fresh gales arise, with equal strokes they vie, And brush the buxom seas, and o'er the billows fly. Meantime the mother goddess, full of fears, To Neptune thus address'd with tender tears: "The pride of Jove's imperious queen, the rage, The malice which no suff'rings can assuage, Compel me to these pray'rs, since neither fate, Nor time, nor pity, can remove her hate. E'en Jove is thwarted by his haughty wife; Still vanquish'd, yet she renews the strife. As if 'twere little to consume the town Which awed the world, and wore th' imperial crown, She prosecutes the ghost of Troy with pains, And gnaws ev'n to the bones the last remains. Let her the causes of her hatred tell; But you can witness its effects too well. You saw the storm she rais'd on Libyan floods, That mix'd the mounting billows with the clouds; When, bribing Aeolus, she shook the main, And mov'd rebellion in your watery reign. With fury she possess'd the Dardan dames, To burn their fleet with execrable flames; And forc'd Aeneas, when his ships were lost, To leave his foll'wers on a foreign coast. For what remains, your godhead I implore, And trust my son to your protecting pow'r. If neither Jove nor fate's decree withstand, secure this passage to the Latian land." Then thus the mighty ruler of the main: "What may not Venus hope from Neptune's reign? My kingdom claims your birth; my late defence Of your endanger'd fleet may claim your confidence. Nor less by land than sea my deeds declare; How much your lov'd Aeneas is my care. Thee, Xanthus, and thee, Simois, I attest, Your Trojan troops, when proud Achilles press'd, And drove before him headlong on the plain, And dash'd against the walls the trembling train; When floods were fill'd with bodies of the slain; When crimson Xanthus, doubtful of its way, Stood up on ridges to behold the sea; New heaps came tumbling in, and chok'd his way; When your Aeneas fought, but fought with odds Of force unequal, and unequal gods. I spread a cloud before the victor's sight, Sustain'd the vanquish'd, and secur'd his flight; Ev'n then secur'd him, when I sought with joy The vow'd destruction of ungrateful Troy. My will's the same, fair goddess, fear no more; Your fleet shall safely gain the Latian shore. Their lives are giv'n; one destin'd head alone Shall perish, and for the multitudes atone." Thus, having arm'd with hopes her anxious mind, His finny team Saturnian Neptune join'd; Then adds the foamy bridle to their jaws, And to the loosen'd reins permits the laws. High on the waves his azure car he guides; Its axles thunder, and the sea subsides, And the smooth ocean rolls her silent tides. The tempests fly before their father's face; Trains of inferior gods his triumph grace; And monster whales before their master play, And choirs of Tritons crowd the wat'ry way. The marshal'd pow'rs in equal troops divide; To right and left the gods his better side enclose, And on the worse the nymphs and Nereids ride. Now smiling Hope, with sweet vicissitude, Within the hero's mind his joys renew. He calls to raise the masts, the sheets display; The cheerful crew with diligence obey. They scud before the wind, and sail in open sea. Ahead of all the master pilot steers, And, as he leads, the following navy veers. The steeds of night had travell'd half the sky; The drowsy rowers on their benches lie; When the soft god of sleep with easy flight Descends, and draws behind a trail of light. Thou, Palinurus, art his destin'd prey; To thee alone he takes his fatal way. Dire dreams to thee in iron sleep he bears, And, lighting on the prow, the form of Phorbas wears. Then thus the traitor god began his tale: "The winds, my friend, inspire a pleasing gale; The ships, without thy care, securely sail. Now steal an hour of sweet repose, and I Will take the rudder, and thy room supply." To whom the yawning pilot, half asleep: "Me dost thou bid to trust the treach'rous deep, The harlot smiles of her dissembling faith, And to her faith commit the Trojan race? Shall I believe the Siren South again, And, oft betray'd, not know the monster main?" He said; his fasten'd hands the rudder keep, And, fix'd on heav'n, his eyes repel invading sleep. The god was wroth, and at his temples threw A branch in Lethe dipp'd, and drunk with Stygian dew. The pilot, vanquish'd by the pow'r divine, Soon clos'd his swimming eyes, and lay supine. Scarce were his limbs extended at their length, The god, insulting with superior strength, Fell heavy on him, plung'd him in the sea, And with the stern the rudder tore away. Headlong he fell, and, struggling in the main, Cried out for helping hands, but cried in vain. The victor demon mounts obscure in air, While the ship sails without the pilot's care. On Neptune's faith the floating fleet relies, But what the man forsook, the god supplies. And o'er the dangerous deep secure the navy flies, Guides by the Sirens' cliffs a shelfy coast, Long infamous for ships and sailors lost, And white with bones. Th' impetuous ocean roars, And rocks rebellow from the sounding shores. The watchful hero felt the knocks, and found The tossing vessel sail'd on shoaly ground. Sure of his pilot's loss, he takes himself the helm, And steers aloof, and shuns the shelf. Inly he griev'd, and groaning from the breast, Deplor'd his death, and thus his pain express'd: "For faith repos'd on seas, and on the flatt'ring sky, Thy naked corpse is doom'd on shores unknown to lie." End of Book 5.
Book 6, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Christensen. The Aeneid, by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 6, The World Below. Part 1. He said, and wept, then spread his sails before The winds, and reach'd at length the Cumaean shore. Their anchors dropp'd, his crew the vessels moor. They turn their heads to sea, their sterns to land, And greet with greedy joy th' Italian strand. Some strike from clashing flints their fiery seed, Some gather sticks the kindled flames to feed, Or search for hollow trees, and fell the woods, Or trace thro' valleys the discover'd floods. Thus, while their sev'ral charges they fulfil, The pious prince ascends the sacred hill, Where Phoebus is ador'd, and seeks the shade Which hides from sight his venerable maid. Deep in a cave the Sibyl makes abode, Thence full of fate returns, and of the god. Thro' Trivia's grove they walk, and now behold, And enter now the temple roof'd with gold. Where Daedalus, to fly the Cretan shore, His heavy limbs on jointed pinions bore, The first who sail'd in air, 'tis sung by fame. To the Cumaean coast at length he came, And here alighting built this costly frame. Inscrib'd to Phoebus, here he hung on high The steerage of his wings, that cut the sky. Then o'er the lofty gate his art emboss'd Androgeos' death, and off'rings to his ghost. 7 youths from Athens yearly sent, to meet The fate appointed by revengeful Crete. And next to those the dreadful urn was placed, In which the destined names by lots were cast. The mournful parents stand around in tears, And rising Crete against their shore appears. There too, in living sculpture might be seen The mad affection of the Cretan queen. Then how she cheats her bellowing lover's eye, The rushing leap, the doubtful progeny. The lower part a beast, a man above, The monument of their polluted love. Not far from thence he grav'd the wondrous maze, 1,000 doors, 1,000 winding ways. Here dwells the monster, hid from human view, Not to be found but by the faithful clue. Till the kind artist, mov'd with pious grief, Lent to the loving maid this last relief, And all those erring paths described so well, That Theseus conquer'd, and the monster fell. Here hapless Icarus had found his part, Had not the father's grief restrain'd his art. He twice essay'd to cast his son in gold, Twice from his hands he dropp'd the forming mould. All this with wond'ring eyes Aeneas view'd, Each varying object his delight renew'd, Eager to read the rest, Achates came, and by his side the mad divining dame, the priestess of the god, Deiphobe her name. "Time suffers not," she said, "to feed your eyes With empty pleasures; haste the sacrifice. 7 bullocks yet unyok'd for Phoebus choose, And for Diana 7 unspotted ewes." This said, the servants urge the sacred rites, While to the temple she the prince invites. A spacious cave, within its farmost part, Was hew'd and fashion'd by laborious art. Thro' the hill's hollow sides, before the place, 100 doors, 100 entries grace. As many voices issue, and the sound Of Sybil's words as many times rebound. Now to the mouth they come; aloud she cries, "This is the time, enquire your destinies. He comes, behold the god!" Thus while she said, and shiv'ring at the sacred entry stay'd, her colour chang'd, her face was not the same, And hollow groans from her deep spirit came. Her hair stood up; convulsive rage possess'd Her trembling limbs, and heav'd her lab'ring breast. Greater than humankind she seem'd to look, And with an accent more than mortal spoke. Her staring eyes with sparkling fury roll, When all the gods came rushing on her soul. Swiftly she turn'd, and, foaming as she spoke, "Why this delay?" she cried. "The pow'rs invoke! Thy pray'rs alone can open this abode, Else vain are my demands, and dumb the god." She said no more. The trembling Trojans hear, O'erspread with the damp sweat and holy fear. The prince himself, with awful dread possess'd, His vows to great Apollo thus address'd: "Indulgent god, propitious pow'r to Troy, Swift to relieve, unwilling to destroy, Directed by whose hand the Dardan dart Pierc'd the proud Grecians' only mortal part, Thus far, by fate's decrees and thy commands, Thro' ambient seas and thro' devouring sands, Our exil'd crew has sought th' Ausonian ground, And now, at length, the flying coast is found. Thus far the fate of Troy, from place to place, With fury has pursued her wand'ring race. Here cease, ye pow'rs, and let your vengeance end. Troy is no more, and can no more offend. And thou, O sacred maid, inspir'd to see Th' event of things in dark futurity, Give me what Heav'n has promis'd to my fate, To conquer and command the Latian state, To fix my wand'ring gods, and find a place For the long exiles of the Trojan race. Then shall my grateful hands a temple rear To the twin gods, with vows and solemn pray'r, And annual rites, and festivals, and games Shall be perform'd to their auspicious names. Nor shalt thou want thy honours in my land, For there thy faithful oracles shall stand Preserv'd in shrines, and ev'ry sacred lay, Which by thy mouth Apollo shall convey, All shall be treasur'd by a chosen train Of holy priests, and ever shall remain. But, oh, commit not thy prophetic mind To flitting leaves, the sport of every wind, Lest they disperse in air our empty fate. Write not, but, what the pow'rs ordain, relate." Struggling in vain, impatient of her load, And lab'ring underneath the pond'rous god, The more she strove to shake him from her breast, With more and far superior force he press'd, Commands his entrance, and, without control, Usurps her organs, and inspires her soul. Now with a furious blast the 100 doors Ope of themselves; a rushing whirlwind roars Within the cave, and Sybil's voice restores: "Escap'd the dangers of the wat'ry reign, Yet more and greater ills by land remain. The coast, so long desir'd, nor doubt th' event, Thy troops shall reach, but having reach'd, repent. Wars, horrid wars, I view, a field of blood, And Tiber rolling with a purple flood. Simois nor Xanthus shall be wanting there; A new Achilles shall in arms appear; And he too, goddess born, fierce Juno's hate, Added to hostile force, shall urge thy fate. To what strange nations shalt thou not resort, Driv'n to solicit aid at every court? The cause the same which Ilium once oppress'd, A foreign mistress, and a foreign guest. But thou, secure of soul, unbent with woes, The more thy fortune frowns, the more oppose. The dawnings of thy safety shall be shown, From whence thou least shalt hope, a Grecian town." Thus from the dark recess the Sibyl spoke, And the resisting air the thunder broke. The cave rebellow'd, and the temple shook. Th' ambiguous god who ruled her lab'ring breast in these mysterious words his mind express'd. Some truth reveal'd, in terms involved the rest. At length her fury fell, her foaming ceas'd, and ebbing in her soul the god decreas'd. Then thus the chief: "No terror to my view, no frightful face of danger can be new. Inur'd to suffer, and resolv'd to dare, the fates without my pow'r shall be without my care. This let me crave, since near your grove the road to hell lies open, and the dark abode which Acheron surrounds, the navigable flood. Conduct me thro' the regions void of light, and lead me longing to my father's sight. For him 1,000 dangers I have sought, and rushing where the thickest Grecians fought, safe on my back the sacred burden brought. He for my sake the raging ocean tried, and wrath of heav'n my still auspicious guide, and bore beyond the strength decrepid age supplied. Oft since he breathed his last, in dead of night, his reverend image stood before my sight, enjoin'd to seek, below, his holy shade, conducted there by your unerring aid. But you, if pious minds by prayers are won, oblige the father, and protect the son. Yours is the pow'r, nor Proserpine in vain has made you priestess of her nightly reign. If Orpheus, arm'd with his enchanting lyre, the ruthless king with pity could inspire; if from the shades below redeem his wife; if Pollux, offering his alternate life, could free his brother, and can daily go by turns aloft, by turns descend below, why name I Theseus, or his greater friend, who trod the downward path, and upward could ascend? Not less than theirs from Jove my lineage came, my mother greater, my descent the same." So pray'd the Trojan prince, and while he pray'd, his hands upon the holy altar laid. Then thus replied the prophetess divine: "O goddess born of great Anchises' line, the gates of hell are open night and day; smooth the descent, and easy is the way. But to return, and view the cheerful skies, in this the task and mighty labour lies. To few great Jupiter imparts this grace, and those of shining worth and heav'nly race. Betwixt those regions and our upper light, deep forests and impenetrable night possess the middle space. Th' infernal bounds Cocytus with his sable waves surrounds. But if so dire a love your soul invades, as twice below to view the trembling shades, if you so hard a toil will undertake, as twice to pass th' innavigable lake, receive my counsel. In the neighb'ring grove there stands a tree; the queen of Stygian Jove claims it her own. Thick woods and gloomy night conceal this happy plant from human sight. One bough it bears, but, wondrous to behold, the ductile rind and leaves of radiant gold. This from the vulgar branches must be torn, and to fair Proserpine the present borne, ere leave be given to tempt the nether skies. The first thus rent, a second will arise, and the same metal the same room supplies. Look round the wood with lifted eyes to see the lurking gold upon the fatal tree; then rend it off, as holy rites command. The willing metal will obey thy hand, following with ease, if favour'd by thy fate. Thou art foredoom'd to view the Stygian state. If not, no labour can the tree constrain, and strength of stubborn arms and steel are vain. Besides, you know not, while you here attend, th' unworthy fate of your unhappy friend. Breathless he lies, and his unburied ghost, depriv'd of fun'ral rites, pollutes your host. Pay first his pious dues, and, for the dead, 2 sable sheep around his hearse be led. Then living turfs upon his body lay. This done, securely take the destined way, to find the regions destitute of day." She said, and held her peace. Aeneas went, sad from the cave, and full of discontent, unknowing what the sacred Sibyl meant. Achates, the companion of his breast, goes walking by his side, with equal cares oppress'd. Walking they talk'd, and fruitlessly divin'd what friend the priestess by those words design'd. But soon they found an object to deplore. Misenus lay extended on the shore, son of the god of winds, none so renown'd, the warrior trumpet in the field to sound, with breathing brass to kindle fierce alarms, and rouse to dare their fate in honourable arms. He serv'd great Hector, and was ever near, not with his trumpet only, but his spear. But by Pelides' arms when Hector fell, he chose Aeneas, and he chose as well. Swoln with applause, and aiming at still more, he now provokes the sea-gods from the shore. With envy Triton heard the martial sound, and the bold champion for his challenge drown'd, then cast his mangled carcass on the strand. The gazing crowd around the body stand. All weep, but most Aeneas mourns his fate, and hastens to perform the funeral state. In altar wise a stately pile they rear, the basis broad below, and top advanced in air. An ancient wood, fit for the work design'd, the shady covert of the salvage kind, the Trojans found. The sounding axe is plied. Firs, pines, and pitch trees, in the tow'ring pride of forest ashes, feel the fatal stroke, and piercing wedges cleave the stubborn oak. Huge trunks of trees, fell'd from the steepy crown of the bare mountains, roll with ruin down. Arm'd like the rest, the Trojan prince appears, and by his pious labour urges theirs. Thus while he wrought, revolving in his mind the ways to compass what his wish design'd, he cast his eyes upon the gloomy grove, and then with vows implor'd the Queen of Love. "O may thy pow'r, propitious still to me, conduct my steps to find the fatal tree in this deep forest, since the Sibyl's breath foretold, alas, too true, Misenus' death." Scarce had he said, when full before his sight two doves, descending from their airy flight, secure upon the grassy plain alight. He knew his mother's birds, and thus he pray'd: "Be you my guides, with your auspicious aid, and lead my footsteps till the branch be found whose glittering shadow gilds the sacred ground. And thou, great parent, with celestial care, in this distress be present to my prayer." Thus having said, he stopp'd with watchful sight, observing still the motions of their flight, what course they took, what happy signs they show. They fed, and, flutt'ring, by degrees withdrew Still farther from the place, but still in view. Hopping and flying, thus they led him on To the slow lake, whose baleful stench to shun They wing'd their flight aloft; then, stooping low, Perch'd on the double tree that bears the golden bough. Thro' the green leafs the glitt'ring shadows glow, As on the sacred oak the wintry mistletoe, Where the proud mother views her precious brood, And happier branches which she never sow'd. Such was the glitt'ring, such the ruddy rind, And dancing leaves that wanton'd in the wind. He seiz'd the shining bough with gripping hold, And rent away, with ease, the ling'ring gold; Then to the Sibyl's palace bore the prize. Meantime the Trojan troops, with weeping eyes, To dead Misenus pay his obsequies. First from the ground a lofty pile they rear, Of pitch trees, oaks, and pines, and unctuous fir. The fabric's front with cypress twigs they strew, And stick the sides with boughs of baleful yew. The topmost part his glitt'ring arms adorn. Warm waters then, in brazen caldrons borne, Are pour'd to wash his body, joint by joint, And fragrant oils the stiffen'd limbs anoint. With groans and cries Misenus they deplore; Then on a bier with purple cover'd o'er The breathless body thus bewail'd they lay, And fire the pile, their faces turn'd away. Such reverend rites their fathers used to pay. Pure oil and incense on the fire they throw, And fat of victims which his friends bestow. These gifts the greedy flames to dust devour, Then on the living coals red wine they pour, And last the relics by themselves dispose, Which in a brazen urn the priests enclose. Old Corynaeus compass'd thrice the crew, And dipp'd an olive branch in holy dew, Which thrice he sprinkled round, and thrice aloud Invok'd the dead, and then dismiss'd the crowd. But good Aeneas order'd on the shore A stately tomb, whose top a trumpet bore, A soldier's falchion, and a seaman's oar. Thus was his friend interr'd, and deathless fame Still to the lofty cape consigns his name. These rites perform'd, the prince without delay Hastes to the nether world his destin'd way. Deep was the cave, and downward as it went from the wide mouth, a rocky rough descent, and here the access a gloomy grove defends, and there th' unnavigable lake extends, o'er whose unhappy waters, void of light, no bird presumes to steer his airy flight. Such deadly stenches from the depths arise, and steaming sulphur that infects the eyes. From thence the Grecian bards their legends make, and give the name Avernus to the lake. 4 sable bullocks, in the yoke untaught, for sacrifice the pious hero brought. The priestess pours the wine betwixt their horns, then cuts the curling hair that first oblation burns, invoking Hecate hither to repair, a powerful name in hell and upper air. The sacred priests with ready knives bereave the beasts of life, and in full bowls receive the streaming blood, a lamb to hell and night, the sable wool without a streak of white. Aeneas offers, and by fate's decree, a barren heifer, Proserpine, to thee. With holocausts he Pluto's altar fills, 7 brawny bulls with his own hand he kills. Then on the broiling entrails oil he pours, which ointed thus the raging flame devours. Late the nocturnal sacrifice begun, nor ended till the next returning sun. Then earth began to bellow, trees to dance, and howling dogs in glimmering light advance, ere Hecate came. "Far hence be souls profane," the Sibyl cried, "and from the grove abstain. Now, Trojan, take the way thy fates afford, assume thy courage, and unsheathe thy sword." She said, and pass'd along the gloomy space. The prince pursued her steps with equal pace. Ye realms yet unreveal'd to human sight, ye gods who rule the regions of the night, ye gliding ghosts, permit me to relate the mystic wonders of your silent state. Obscure they went, through dreary shades that led along the waste dominions of the dead. Thus wander travellers in woods by night, by the moon's doubtful and malignant light, when Jove in dusky clouds involves the skies, and the faint crescent shoots by fits before their eyes. Just in the gate, and in the jaws of hell, revengeful cares and sullen sorrows dwell, and pale diseases, and repining age, want, fear, and famine's unresisted rage. Here toils, and death's half-brother, sleep, forms terrible to view their sentry keep. With anxious pleasures of a guilty mind, deep frauds before, and open force behind, the Furies' iron beds, and strife that shakes her hissing tresses and unfolds her snakes. Full in the midst of this infernal road, an elm displays her dusky arms abroad. The god of sleep there hides his heavy head, and empty dreams on every leaf are spread. Of various forms unnumber'd spectres more, centaurs in double shapes, besiege the door. Before the passage horrid Hydra stands, and Briareus with all his 100 hands. Gorgons, Geryon with his triple frame, and vain Chimera vomits empty flame. The chief unsheathed his shining steel, prepar'd, though seiz'd with sudden fear, to force the guard. Off'ring his brandish'd weapon at their face, had not the Sibyl stopp'd his eager pace, and told him what those empty phantoms were, forms without bodies, and impassive air. Hence to deep Acheron they take their way, whose troubled eddies, thick with ooze and clay, are whirl'd aloft, and in Cocytus lost. There Charon stands, who rules the dreary coast, a sordid god. Down from his hoary chin a length of beard descends, uncomb'd, unclean. His eyes like hollow furnaces on fire. A girdle, foul with grease, binds his obscene attire. He spreads his canvas, with his pole he steers, the freights of flitting ghosts in his thin bottom bears. He look'd in years, yet in his years were seen a youthful vigour and autumnal green. An airy crowd came rushing where he stood, which fill'd the margin of the fatal flood. Husbands and wives, boys and unmarried maids, and mighty heroes' more majestic shades, and youths entomb'd before their fathers' eyes, with hollow groans, and shrieks, and feeble cries. Thick as the leaves in autumn strow the woods, or fowls by winter force forsake the floods, and wing their hasty flight to happier lands, such, and so thick, the shiv'ring army stands, and press for passage with extended hands. Now these, now those, the surly boatman bore; the rest he drove to distance from the shore. The hero, who beheld with wond'ring eyes the tumult, mix'd with shrieks, laments, and cries, ask'd of his guide what the rude concourse meant, why to the shore the thronging people bent, what forms of law among the ghosts were us'd, why some were ferried o'er, and some refus'd. "Son of Anchises, offspring of the gods," the Sibyl said, "you see the Stygian floods, the sacred stream which heav'n's imperial state attests in oaths, and fears to violate. The ghosts rejected are th' unhappy crew, depriv'd of sepulchers and funeral due. The boatman, Charon, those the buried host, he ferries over to the farther coast, nor dares his transport vessel cross the waves with such whose bones are not compos'd in graves. 100 years they wander on the shore; at length, their penance done, are wafted o'er." The Trojan chief his forward pace repress'd, resolving anxious thoughts within his breast. He saw his friends, who, whelm'd beneath the waves, their funeral honours claim'd, and ask'd their quiet graves. The lost Leucapsis in the crowd he knew, and brave leader of the Lycian crew, whom on the Tyrrhene seas the tempests met, the sailors master'd, and the ships o'erset. Amidst the spirits Palinurus press'd, yet fresh from life, a new admitted guest, who, while his steering view'd the stars, and bore his course from Afric to the Latian shore, fell headlong down. The Trojan fix'd his view, and scarcely thro' the gloom the sullen shadow knew. Then thus the prince: "What envious pow'r, O friend, brought your lov'd life to this disastrous end? For Phoebus, ever true in all he said, has in your fate alone my faith betray'd. The god foretold you should not die before you reach'd, secure from seas, th' Italian shore. Is this th' unerring pow'r?" The ghost replied: "Nor Phoebus flatter'd, nor his answers lied, nor envious gods have sent me to the deep. But while the stars and course of heav'n I keep, my wearied eyes were seiz'd with fatal sleep. I fell, and with my weight the helm constrain'd was drawn along, which yet my grip retain'd. Now by the winds and raging waves I swear, your safety more than mine was then my care, lest of the guide bereft, the rudder lost, your ship should run against the rocky coast. 3 blust'ring nights, borne by the southern blast, I floated, and discover'd land at last. High on a mountain wave my head I bore, forcing my strength, and gath'ring to the shore. Panting, but past the danger, now I seiz'd the craggy cliffs, and my tir'd members eas'd. While cumber'd with my dropping clothes I lay, the cruel nation, covetous of prey, stain'd with my blood th' unhospitable coast. And now by winds and waves my lifeless limbs are toss'd, which oh avert, by yon ethereal light, which I have lost for this eternal night. Or if by dearer ties you may be won, by your dead sire, and by your living son, redeem from this reproach my wand'ring ghost; or with your navy seek the Velin coast, and in a peaceful grave my corpse compose; or if a nearer way your mother shows, without whose aid you durst not undertake this frightful passage o'er the Stygian lake, lend to this wretch your hand, and waft him o'er to the sweet banks of yon forbidden shore." Scarce had he said, the prophetess began: "What hopes delude thee, miserable man? Think'st thou thus unentomb'd to cross the floods, to view the Furies and infernal gods, and visit without leave the dark abodes? Attend the term of long revolving years; fate and the dooming gods are deaf to tears. This comfort of thy dire misfortune take: the wrath of heav'n, inflicted for thy sake, with vengeance shall pursue th' inhuman coast, till they propitiate thy offended ghost, and raise a tomb, with vows and solemn pray'r, and Palinurus' name the place shall bear." This calm'd his cares, sooth'd with his future fame, and pleas'd to hear his propagated name. Now nearer to the Stygian lake they draw, who from the shore the surly boatman saw, observ'd their passage thro' the shady wood, and mark'd their near approaches to the flood. Then thus he call'd aloud, inflam'd with wrath: "Mortal, whate'er, who this forbidden path in arms presum'st to tread, I charge thee, stand, and tell thy name and business in the land. Know this: the realm of night, the Stygian shore my boat conveys no living bodies o'er, nor was I pleas'd great Theseus once to bear, who forced a passage with his pointed spear, nor strong Atrides, men of mighty fame, and from th' immortal gods their lineage came. In fetters one the barking porter tied, and took him trembling from his sov'reign's side. Two sought by force to seize his beauteous bride. To whom the Sibyl thus: "Compose thy mind, nor frauds are here contriv'd, nor force design'd. Still may the dog the wand'ring troops constrain Of airy ghosts, and vex the guilty train, And with her grisly lord his lovely queen remain. The Trojan chief, whose lineage is from Jove, Much fam'd for arms, and more for filial love, Is sent to seek his sire in your Elysian grove. If neither pity nor heav'n's command Can gain his passage to the Stygian strand, this fatal present shall prevail at least." Then shew'd the shining bough conceal'd within her vest. No more was needful, for the gloomy god Stood mute with awe to see the golden rod, Admir'd the destined off'ring to his queen, A venerable gift so rarely seen. His fury thus appeas'd, he puts to land; The ghosts forsake their seats at his command. He clears the deck, receives the mighty freight; The leaky vessel groans beneath the weight. Slowly she sails, and scarcely stems the tides; The pressing water pours within her sides. His passengers at length are wafted o'er, Expos'd in muddy weeds upon the miry shore. No sooner landed, in his den they found The triple porter of the Stygian sound, Grim Cerberus, who soon began to rear His crested snakes, and arm'd his bristling hair. The prudent Sibyl had before prepar'd A sop, in honey steep'd, to charm the guard; Which, mix'd with pow'rful drugs, she cast before His greedy grinning jaws, just op'd to roar. With 3 enormous mouths he gapes, and straight, With hunger press'd, devours the pleasing bait. Long draughts of sleep his monstrous limbs enslave; He reels, and, falling, fills the spacious cave. The keeper charm'd, the chief without delay Pass'd on, and took th' irremeable way. Before the gates, the cries of babes new born, Whom fate had from their tender mothers torn, Assault his ears; then those, whose form of laws Condemn'd to die when traitors judge their cause. Nor want they lots, nor judges to review The wrongful sentence, and award anew. Minos, the strict inquisitor, appears, And lives and crimes with his assessors hears. Round in his urn the blended balls he rolls, Absolves the just, and dooms the guilty souls. The next, in place and punishment, are they Who prodigally throw their souls away; Fools who, repining at their wretched state, And loathing anxious life, suborn'd their fate. With late repentance now they would retrieve The bodies they forsook, and wish to live; Their pains and poverty desire to bear, To view the light of heav'n, and breathe the vital air. But fate forbids; the Stygian floods oppose, And with circling streams the captive souls inclose. End of Book 6, Part 1. Book 6, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Christensen. The Aeneid, by Publius Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 6, The World Below. Part 2. Not far from thence the mournful fields appear, So call'd from lovers that inhabit there. The souls whom that unhappy flame invades, In secret solitude and myrtle shades, Make endless moans, and, pining with desire, Lament too late their unextinguish'd fire. Here Procris, Eriphyle, here he found, Baring her breast, yet bleeding with the wound Made by her son. He saw Pasiphae there, with Phaedra's ghost, a foul incestuous pair. There Laodamia with Evadne moves, Unhappy both loyal in their loves. Caeneus, a woman once, and once a man, But ending in the sex she first began. Not far from those, Phoenician Dido stood, fresh from her wound, her bosom bathed in blood, whom when the Trojan hero hardly knew, obscure in shades, and with a doubtful view, doubtful is he who sees, through dusky night, or thinks he sees, the moon's uncertain light. With tears he first approach'd the sullen shade, and, as his love inspir'd him, thus he said: "Unhappy queen! then is the common breath Of rumour true, in your reported death? And I, alas! the cause? By Heav'n I vow, and all the pow'rs that rule the realms below, unwilling I forsook your friendly state, commanded by the gods, and forc'd by fate. Those gods, that fate, whose unresisted might have sent me to these regions void of light, through the vast empire of eternal night. Nor dared I to presume that, press'd with grief, my flight should urge you to this dire relief. Stay, stay your steps, and listen to my vows. 'Tis the last interview that fate allows." In vain he thus attempts her mind to move, With tears and prayers and late repenting love. Disdainfully she look'd, then turning round, But fix'd her eyes unmov'd upon the ground, And what he says and swears regards no more Than the deaf rocks when the loud billows roar, But whirl'd away, to shun his hateful sight, Hid in the forest and the shades of night. Then sought Sichaeus through the shady grove, Who answer'd all her cares, and equal'd all her love. Some pious tears the pitying hero paid, And follow'd with his eyes the flitting shade. Then took the forward way, by fate ordain'd, And with his guide the farther fields attain'd, Where, sever'd from the rest, the warrior souls remain'd. Tydeus he met, with Meleager's race, The pride of armies and the soldiers' grace, And pale Adrastus with his ghastly face. Of Trojan chiefs he view'd a num'rous train, All much lamented, all in battle slain. Glaucus and Medon, high above the rest, Antenor's sons, and Ceres' sacred priest, And proud Idaeus, Priam's charioteer, Who shakes his empty reins, and aims his airy spear. The gladsome ghosts encircling troops attend, And with unwearied eyes behold their friend, Delight to hover near, and long to know What business brought him to the realms below. But Argive chiefs, and Agamemnon's train, When his refulgent arms flash'd through the shady plain, Fled from his well-known face with wonted fear, As when his thund'ring sword and pointed spear Drove headlong to their ships, and glean'd the routed rear. They rais'd a feeble cry with trembling notes, But the weak voice deceiv'd their gasping throats. Here Priam's son Deiphobus he found, Whose face and limbs were one continued wound. Dishonest, with lopp'd arm the youth appears, Spoil'd of his nose, and shorten'd of his ears. He scarcely knew him, striving to disown His blotted form, and blushing to be known, And therefore first began: "O Teucer's race, who durst thy faultless figure thus deface? What heart could wish, what hand inflict this dire disgrace? 'Twas fam'd that in our last and fatal night Your single prowess long sustain'd the fight, Till tir'd, not forc'd, a glorious fate you chose, And fell upon a heap of slaughter'd foes. But in remembrance of so brave a deed, A tomb and funeral honours I decreed, Thrice call'd your manes on the Trojan plains, The place your armour and your name retains. Your body too I sought, and had I found, Design'd for burial in your native ground." The ghost replied: "Your piety has paid All needful rites, to rest my wand'ring shade. But cruel fate, and my more cruel wife, To Grecian swords betray'd my sleeping life. These are the monuments of Helen's love, The shame I bear below, the marks I bore above. You know in what deluding joys we pass'd The night that was by Heav'n decreed our last. For when the fatal horse, descending down, Pregnant with arms, o'erwhelm'd the unhappy town, She feign'd nocturnal orgies, left my bed, And mix'd with Trojan dames the dances led, Then waving high her torch the signal made, Which rous'd the Grecians from their ambuscade. With watching overworn, with cares oppress'd, Unhappy I had lain me down to rest, And heavy sleep my weary limbs possess'd. Meantime my worthy wife our arms mislaid, And from beneath my head my sword convey'd. The door unlatch'd, and with repeated calls Invites her former lord within my walls. Thus in her crime her confidence she plac'd, And with new treason would redeem the past. What need I more? Into the room they ran, And meanly murder'd a defenceless man. Ulysses, basely born, first led the way. Avenging powers, with justice if I pray that fortune be their own another day. But answer you, and in your turn relate, what brought you living to the Stygian state, driven by the winds and errors of the sea? Or did you heaven's superior doom obey? Or tell what other chance conducts your way, to view with mortal eyes our dark retreats, tumults and torments of the infernal seats. While thus in talk the flying hours they pass, the sun had finish'd more than half his race, and they, perhaps in words and tears has spent the little time of stay which heav'n had lent. But thus the Sibyl chides their long delay: "Night rushes down, and headlong drives the day. 'Tis here in different paths the way divides; the right to Pluto's golden palace guides, the left to that unhappy region tends, which to the depth of Tartarus descends, the seat of night profound and punish'd fiends." Then thus Deiphobus: "O sacred maid, forbear to chide, and be your will obey'd. Lo, to the secret shadows I retire, to pay my penance till my years expire. Proceed, auspicious prince, with glory crown'd, and born to better fates than I have found." He said, and while he said, his steps he turn'd to secret shadows, and in silence mourn'd. The hero, looking on the left, espied a lofty tow'r, and strong on every side, with treble walls, which Phlegethon surrounds, whose fiery flood the burning empire bounds, and press'd betwixt the rocks, the bellowing noise resounds. Wide is the fronting gate, and raised on high, with adamantine columns threats the sky. Vain is the force of man, and heav'n's as vain, to crush the pillars which the pile sustain. Sublime on these a tow'r of steel is rear'd, and dire Tisiphone there keeps the ward, girt in her sanguine gown, by night and day, observant of the souls that pass the downward way. From thence are heard the groans of ghosts, the pains of sounding lashes and of dragging chains. The Trojan stood, astonish'd at their cries, and ask'd his guide from whence those yells arise, and what the crimes, and what the tortures were, and loud laments that rent the liquid air. She thus replied: "The chaste and holy race are all forbidden this polluted place. But Hecate, when she gave to rule the woods, then led me trembling through these dire abodes, and taught the tortures of th' avenging gods. These are the realms of unrelenting fate, and awful Rhadamanthus rules the state. He hears and judges each committed crime, enquires into the matter, place, and time. The conscious wretch must all his acts reveal, loath to confess, unable to conceal. From the first moment of his vital breath, to his last hour of unrepenting death. Straight o'er the guilty ghost the Fury shakes the sounding whip, and brandishes her snakes, and the pale sinner with her sisters takes. Then of itself unfolds the eternal door, with dreadful sounds the brazen hinges roar. You see, before the gate, what stalking ghost commands the guard, what sentries keep the post. More formidable Hydra stands within, whose jaws with iron teeth severely grin. The gaping gulf low to the centre lies, and twice as deep as earth is distant from the skies. The rivals of the gods, the Titan race, here singed with lightning roll within the unfathomed space. Here lie the alien twins, I saw them both, enormous bodies of gigantic growth, who dared in fight the Thunderer to defy, affect his heav'n, and force him from the sky. Salmoneus suffering cruel pains I found, for emulating Jove the rattling sound of mimic thunder, and the glittering blaze of pointed lightnings and their forky rays. Thro' Elis and the Grecian towns he flew. Th' audacious wretch 4 fiery coursers drew. He wav'd a torch aloft, and, madly vain, sought godlike worship from a servile train. Ambitious fool, with horny hoofs to pass o'er hollow arches of resounding brass, to rival thunder in its rapid course, and imitate inimitable force. But he, the King of Heav'n, obscure on high, bared his red arm, and launching from the sky his writhen bolt, not shaking empty smoke, down to the deep abyss the flaming felon strook. There Tityus was to see, who took his birth from heav'n, his nursing from the foodful earth. Here his gigantic limbs, with large embrace, infold 9 acres of infernal space. A ravenous vulture, in his open'd side, her crooked beak and cruel talons tried, Still for the growing liver digg'd his breast. The growing liver still supplied the feast. Still are his entrails fruitful to their pains. Th' immortal hunger lasts, th' immortal food remains. Ixion and Perithous I could name, And more Thessalian chiefs of mighty fame. High o'er their heads a mould'ring rock is plac'd, That promises a fall, and shakes at every blast. They lie below, on golden beds display'd, And genial feasts with regal pomp are made. The Queen of Furies by their sides is set, And snatches from their mouths th' untasted meat, Which, if they touch, her hissing snakes she rears, Tossing her torch, and thund'ring in their ears. Then they, who brothers better claim disown'd, Expel their parents, and usurp the throne, Defraud their clients, and to lucre sold, Sit brooding on unprofitable gold, Who dare not give, and ev'n refuse to lend To their poor kindred, or a wanting friend. Vast is the throng of these, nor less the train Of lustful youths, for foul adult'ry slain; Hosts of deserters, who their honour sold, And basely broke their faith for bribes of gold. All these within the dungeon's depth remain, Despairing pardon, and expecting pain. Ask not what pains, nor further seek to know Their process, or the forms of law below. Some roll a weighty stone; some laid along, And bound with burning wires, on spokes of wheels are hung. Unhappy Theseus, doom'd for ever there, Is fix'd by fate on his eternal chair. And wretched Phlegyas warns the world with cries (Could warning make the world more just or wise), "Learn righteousness, and dread th' avenging deities." To tyrants others have their country sold, Imposing foreign lords for foreign gold. Some have old laws repeal'd, new statutes made, Not as the people pleas'd, but as they paid. With incest some their daughters' beds profan'd. All dar'd the worst of ills, and what they dar'd, attain'd. Had I 100 mouths, 100 tongues, And throats of brass, inspir'd with iron lungs, I could not half those horrid crimes repeat, Nor half the punishments those crimes have met. But let us haste our voyage to pursue. The walls of Pluto's palace are in view. The gate and iron arch above it stands, On anvils labour'd by the Cyclops' hands. Before our farther way the fates allow, Here must we fix, on high, the golden bough. She said, and thro' the gloomy shades they pass'd, And choose the middle path. Arriv'd at last, the prince with living water sprinkled o'er His limbs and body, then approach'd the door, Possess'd the porch, and on the front above He fix'd the fatal bough requir'd by Pluto's love. These holy rites perform'd, they took their way Where long extended plains of pleasure lay. The verdant fields with those of heav'n may vie, With ether vested, and a purple sky, The blissful seats of happy souls below. Stars of their own, and their own suns they know, Their airy limbs in sports they exercise, And on the green contend the wrestlers' prize. Some in heroic verse divinely sing, Others in artful measures lead the ring. The Thracian bard, surrounded by the rest, There stands conspicuous in his flowing vest. His flying fingers and harmonious quill Strike 7 distinguish'd notes, and 7 at once they fill. Here found they Teucer's old heroic race, Born better times and happier years to grace. Assaracus and Ilus here enjoy Perpetual fame, with him who founded Troy. The chief beheld their chariots from afar, Their shining arms, and coursers train'd to war, Their lances fix'd in earth, their steeds around, Free from their harness, graze the flow'ry ground. The love of horses which they had, alive, And care of chariots, after death, survive. Some cheerful souls were feasting on the plain, Some did the song, and some the choir maintain, Beneath a laurel shade, where mighty Po Mounts up to woods above, and hides his head below. Here patriots live, who for their country's good In fighting fields were prodigal of blood. Priests of unblemish'd lives here make abode, And poets worthy their inspiring god. And searching wits, of more mechanic parts, Who grac'd their age with new invented arts. Those who to worth their bounty did extend, And those who knew that bounty to commend. The heads of these with holy fillets bound, And all their temples were with garlands crown'd. To these the Sibyl thus her speech address'd, and first to him surrounded by the rest. Tow'ring his height, and ample was his breast. "Say, happy souls, divine Musaeus, say, where lives Anchises, and where lies our way to find the hero, for whose only sake we sought the dark abodes, and cross'd the bitter lake?" To this the sacred poet thus replied: "In no fix'd place the happy souls reside. In groves we live, and lie on mossy beds, by crystal streams that murmur thro' the meads. But pass yon easy hill, and thence descend; the path conducts you to your journey's end." This said, he led them up the mountain's brow, and shows them all the shining fields below. They wind the hill, and thro' the blissful meadows go. But old Anchises, in a flow'ry vale, review'd his muster'd race, and took the tale, those happy spirits, which, ordain'd by fate, for future beings and new bodies wait. With studious thought observ'd the lustrous throng, in nature's order as they pass'd along, their names, their fates, their conduct, and their care, in peaceful senates and successful war. He, when Aeneas on the plain appears, meets him with open arms and falling tears. "Welcome," he said, "the gods' undoubted race! O long expected to my dear embrace! Once more 'tis given me to behold your face. Once more 'tis given me to behold your face. The love and pious duty which you pay have pass'd the perils of so hard a way. 'Tis true, computing times, I now believ'd the happy day approach'd, nor are my hopes deceiv'd. What length of lands, what oceans have you pass'd? What storms sustain'd, and on what shores been cast? How have I fear'd your fate, but fear'd it most when love assail'd you on the Libyan coast." To this the filial duty thus replies: "Your sacred ghost before my sleeping eyes Appear'd, and often urg'd this painful enterprise. After long tossing on the Tyrrhene sea, my navy rides at anchor in the bay. But reach your hand, O parent shade, the dear embraces of your longing son." He said, and falling tears his face bedew. Then thrice around his neck his arms he threw, and thrice the flitting shadows slipp'd away, like winds or empty dreams that fly the day. Now in a secret vale the Trojan sees a separate grove, thro' which a gentle breeze Plays with a passing breath, and whispers thro' the trees. And just before the confines of the wood, the gliding Lethe leads her silent flood. About the boughs an airy nation flew, thick as the humming bees that hunt the golden dew. In summer's heat on tops of lilies feed, and creep within their bells to suck the balmy seed. The winged army roams the fields around, the rivers and the rocks remurmur to the sound. Aeneas wond'ring stood, then ask'd the cause, which to the stream the crowding people draws. Then thus the sire: "The souls that throng the flood are those to whom, by fate, our other bodies owed. In Lethe's lake they long oblivion taste, of future life secure, forgetful of the past. Long has my soul desir'd this time and place, to set before your sight your glorious race, that this presaging joy may fire your mind, to seek the shores by destiny design'd." "O father, can it be that souls sublime return to visit our terrestrial clime, and that the gen'rous mind, releas'd by death, can covet lazy limbs and mortal breath?" Anchises then in order thus began to clear those wonders to his godlike son: "Know first, that heav'n, and earth's compacted frame, And flowing waters, and the starry flame, And both the radiant lights, one common soul Inspires and feeds and animates the whole. This active mind, infus'd thro' all the space, Unites and mingles with the mighty mass. Hence men and beasts the breath of life obtain, And birds of air, and monsters of the main. Th' ethereal vigour is in all the same, And every soul is fill'd with equal flame. As much as earthy limbs and gross allay Of mortal members, subject to decay, Blunt not the beams of heav'n and edge of day. From this coarse mixture of terrestrial parts, Desire and fear by turns possess their hearts, And grief and joy; nor can the grovelling mind, In the dark dungeon of the limbs confin'd, Assert the native skies, or own its heav'nly kind. Nor death itself can wholly wash their stains, But long contracted filth ev'n in the soul remains. The relics of inveterate vice they wear, and spots of sin obscene in every face appear. For this are varied penances enjoin'd, and some are hung to bleach upon the wind, some plung'd in waters, others purg'd in fires, till all the dregs are drain'd, and all the rust expires. All have their manes, and those manes bear; the few so cleans'd to these abodes repair, and breathe in ample fields the soft Elysian air. Then are they happy, when by length of time the scurf is worn away of each committed crime. No speck is left of their habitual stains, but the pure ether of the soul remains. But when 1,000 rolling years are past, so long their punishments and penance last, whole droves of minds are, by the driving god, compell'd to drink the deep Lethean flood, in large forgetful draughts to steep the cares of their past labours and their irksome years, that, unremembering of its former pain, the soul may suffer mortal flesh again. Thus having said, the father spirit leads the priestess and his son through swarms of shades, and takes a rising ground, from thence to see the long procession of his progeny. "Survey," pursued the sire, "this airy throng, as offer'd to thy view they pass along. These are th' Italian names, which fate will join with ours and graph upon the Trojan line. Observe the youth, who first appears in sight, and holds the nearest station to the light. Already seems to snuff the vital air, and leans just forward on a shining spear. Silvius is he, thy last begotten race, but first in order sent to fill thy place. An Alban name, but mix'd with Dardan blood, born in the covert of a shady wood. Him fair Lavinia, thy surviving wife, shall breed in groves to lead a solitary life. In Alba shall he fix his royal seat, and, born a king, a race of kings beget. Then Procas, honour of the Trojan name, Capys and Numitor of endless fame. A second Silvius after these appears, Silvius Aeneas, for thy name he bears, for arms and justice equally renown'd, who late restor'd in Alba shall be crown'd. How great they look, how vig'rously they wield their weighty lances, and sustain the shield! But they, who crown'd with oaken wreaths appear, shall Gabian walls and strong Fidena rear. Nomentum, Bola, with Pometia found, and raise Collatian's tow'rs on rocky ground. All these shall then be towns of mighty fame, though now they lie obscure, and lands without a name. See Romulus the great, born to restore the crown that once his injur'd grandsire wore. This prince a priestess of your blood shall bear, and like his sire in arms he shall appear. 2 rising crests his royal head adorn, born from a god, himself to godhead born. His sire already signs him for the skies, and marks the seat amidst the deities. Auspicious chief, thy race in times to come shall spread the conquests of imperial Rome. Rome, whose ascending tow'rs shall heav'n invade, involving earth and ocean in her shade, high as the mother of the gods in place, and proud, like her, of an immortal race. Then when in pomp she makes the Phrygian round, with golden turrets on her temples crown'd, 100 gods her sweeping train supply, her offspring all, and all command the sky. Now fix your sight, and stand intent to see your Roman race and Julian progeny. The mighty Caesar waits his vital hour, impatient for the world, and grasps his promis'd power. But next, behold the youth of form divine, Caesar himself, exalted in his line. Augustus, promis'd oft, and long foretold, sent to the realm that Saturn rul'd of old, born to restore a better age of gold. Afric and India shall his pow'rs obey; he shall extend his propagated sway beyond the solar year, without the starry way, where Atlas turns the rolling heavens around, and his broad shoulders with their lights are crown'd. At his foreseen approach already quake the Caspian kingdoms and Maeotian lake. Their seers behold the tempest from afar, and threat'ning oracles denounce the war. Nile hears him knocking at his sevenfold gates, and seeks his hidden spring, and fears his nephew's fates. Nor Hercules more lands or labours knew, not though the brazen-footed hind he slew, freed Erymanthus from the foaming boar, and dipp'd his arrows in Lernaean gore. Nor Bacchus, turning from his Indian war, by tigers drawn triumphant in his car, from Nisus' top descending on the plains, with curling vines around his purple reins. And doubt we yet thro' dangers to pursue the paths of honour, and a crown in view? But what's the man who from afar appears? His head with olive crown'd, his hand a censer bears. His hoary beard and holy vestments bring his lost idea back. I know the Roman king. He shall to peaceful Rome new laws ordain, call'd from his mean abode a scepter to sustain. Him Tullus next in dignity succeeds, an active prince, and prone to martial deeds. He shall his troops for fighting fields prepare, disus'd to toils and triumphs of the war. By dint of sword his crown he shall increase, and scour his armour from the rust of peace. Whom Ancus follows with a fawning air, but vain within, and proudly popular. Next view the Tarquin kings, the venging sword Of Brutus justly drawn, and Rome restor'd. He first renews the rods and acts severe, and gives the consuls royal robes to wear. His sons, who seek the tyrant to sustain, and long for arbitrary lords again, with ignominy scourg'd in open sight, he dooms to death deserv'd, asserting public right. Unhappy man, to break the pious laws of nature, pleading in his children's cause! Howe'er the doubtful fact is understood, 'tis love of honour and his country's good. The consul, not the father, sheds the blood. Behold Torquatus the same track pursue, and next the two devoted Decii view. The Drusian line, Camillus loaded home, with standards well redeem'd, and foreign foes o'ercome. The pair you see in equal armour shine. Now friends below in close embraces join, but when they leave the shady realms of night, and cloth'd in bodies breathe your upper light, with mortal hate each other shall pursue. What wars, what wounds, what slaughter shall ensue! From Alpine heights the father first descends, his daughter's husband in the plain attends. His daughter's husband arms his eastern friends. Embrace again, my sons, be foes no more, nor stain your country with her children's gore. And thou, the first, lay down thy lawless claim, thou of my blood, who bearest the Julian name. Another comes, who shall in triumph ride, and to the Capitol his chariot guide, from conquer'd Corinth, rich with Grecian spoils. And yet another, fam'd for warlike toils, on Argos shall impose the Roman laws, and on the Greeks revenge the Trojan cause. Shall drag in chains their Achillean race, shall vindicate his ancestors' disgrace, and Pallas for her violated place. Great Cato there, for gravity renown'd, and conqu'ring Cossus goes with laurels crown'd. Who can omit the Gracchi? Who declare the Scipio's worth, those thunderbolts of war, the double bane of Carthage? Who can see, without esteem for virtuous poverty, severe Fabricius, or can cease t' admire the plowman consul in his coarse attire? Tir'd as I am, my praise the Fabii claim; and thou, great hero, greatest of thy name, ordain'd in war to save the sinking state, and by delays to put a stop to fate. Let others better mould the running mass Of metals, and inform the breathing brass, And soften into flesh a marble face; Plead better at the bar, describe the skies, And when the stars descend and when they rise. But Rome, 'tis thine alone, with awful sway, To rule mankind, and make the world obey, Disposing peace and war by thine own majestic way. To tame the proud, the fetter'd slave to free, These are imperial arts, and worthy thee. He paused, and while with wondering eyes they view'd The passing spirits, thus his speech renew'd: "See great Marcellus, how, untir'd in toils, He moves with manly grace, how rich with regal spoils. He, when his country, threaten'd with alarms, Requires his courage and his conqu'ring arms, Shall more than once the Punic bands affright, Shall kill the Gaulish king in single fight, Then to the Capitol in triumph move, And the third spoils shall grace Feretrian Jove." Aeneas here beheld, of form divine, A godlike youth in glitt'ring armour shine, With great Marcellus keeping equal pace; But gloomy were his eyes, dejected was his face. He saw, and, wond'ring, ask'd his airy guide, What and of whence was he? who press'd the hero's side? His son, or one of his illustrious name? How like the former, and almost the same! Observe the crowds that compass him around; All gaze, and all admire, and raise a shouting sound. But hov'ring mists around his brows are spread, And night with sable shades involves his head. "Seek not to know," the ghost replied with tears, "The sorrows of thy sons in future years. This youth, the blissful vision of a day, Shall just be shown on earth, and snatch'd away. The gods too high had rais'd the Roman state, Were but their gifts as permanent as great. What groans of men shall fill the Martian field! How fierce a blaze his flaming pile shall yield! What fun'ral pomp shall flowing Tiber see, When, rising from his bed, he views the sad solemnity! No youth shall equal hopes of glory give; No youth afford so great a cause to grieve. The Trojan honour, and the Roman boast, Admir'd when living, and ador'd when lost; Mirror of ancient faith in early youth, Undaunted worth, inviolable truth. No foe unpunish'd in the fighting field Shall dare thee, foot to foot, with sword and shield, Much less in arms oppose thy matchless force, When thy sharp spurs shall urge thy foaming horse. Ah! couldst thou break thro' fate's severe decree, A new Marcellus shall arise in thee. Full canisters of fragrant lilies bring, Mix'd with the purple roses of the spring. Let me with fun'ral flowers his body strew, This gift which parents to their children owe, This unavailing gift, at least, I may bestow." Thus having said, he led the hero round The confines of the blest Elysian ground; Which when Anchises to his son had shown, And fir'd his mind to mount the promis'd throne, He tells the future wars, ordain'd by fate, The strength and customs of the Latian state, The prince and people, and for arms his care, With rules to push his fortune, or to bear. Two gates the silent house of sleep adorn, Of polish'd ivory this, that of transparent horn. True visions thro' transparent horn arise; Thro' polish'd ivory pass deluding lies. Of various things discoursing as he pass'd, Anchises hither bends his steps at last. Then, thro' the gate of ivory, he dismiss'd His valiant offspring and divining guest. Straight to the ships Aeneas his way, Embark'd his men, and skimm'd along the sea, Still coasting, till he gain'd Cajeta's bay. At length on oozy ground his galleys moor; Their heads are turn'd to sea, their sterns to shore. End of Book 6. Recording by Joshua Christensen.
Book 7, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. The Aeneid, by Publius Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 7, Juno served by a Fury, Part 1. And thou, O matron of immortal fame, Here dying, to the shore hast left thy name. Cajeta still the place is call'd from thee, The nurse of great Aeneas' infancy. Here rest thy bones in rich Hesperia's plains; Thy name, 'tis all a ghost can have, remains. Now, when the prince her fun'ral rites had paid, He plow'd the Tyrrhene seas with sails display'd. From land a gentle breeze arose by night; Serenely shone the stars, the moon was bright, And the sea trembled with her silver light. Now near the shelves of Circe's shores they run, Circe the rich, the daughter of the sun. A dangerous coast, the goddess wastes her days In joyous songs; the rocks resound her lays. In spinning or the loom she spends the night, And cedar brands supply her father's light. From hence were heard rebellowing to the main the roars of lions that refus'd the chain, the grunts of bristled boars, the groans of bears, and herds of howling wolves that stun the sailors' ears. These from their caverns, at the close of night, fill the sad isle with horror and affright. Darkling they mourn their fate, whom Circe's pow'r, that watch'd the moon and planetary hour, with words and wicked herbs from humankind had alter'd, and in brutal shapes confin'd. Which monsters, lest the Trojans' pious host should bear, or touch upon th' enchanted coast, propitious Neptune steer'd their course by night, with rising gales that sped their happy flight. Supplied with these, they skim the sounding shore, and hear the swelling surges vainly roar. Now, when the rosy morn began to rise, and wav'd her saffron streamer thro' the skies; when Thetis blush'd in purple not her own, and from her face the breathing winds were blown, a sudden silence sate upon the sea, and sweeping oars with struggling urg'd their way. The Trojan, from the main, beheld a wood, which thick with shades and a brown horror stood. Betwixt the trees the Tiber took his course, with whirlpools dimpled; and with downward force, that drove the sand along, he took his way, and roll'd his yellow billows to the sea. About him, and above, and round the wood, the birds that haunt the borders of his flood, that bath'd within, or bask'd upon his side, to tuneful songs their narrow throats applied. The captain gives command; the joyful train glide thro' the gloomy shade, and leave the main. Now, Erato, thy poet's mind inspire, And fill his soul with thy celestial fire. Relate what Latium was, her ancient kings; Declare the past and state of things, When first the Trojan fleet Ausonia sought, And how the rivals lov'd, and how they fought. These are my theme; and how the war began, And how concluded by the godlike man. For I shall sing of battles, blood, and rage, Which princes and their people did engage; And haughty souls, that, mov'd with mutual hate, In fighting fields pursued and found their fate; That rous'd the Tyrrhene realm with loud alarms, And peaceful Italy involv'd in arms. A larger scene of action is display'd, And, rising hence, a greater work is weigh'd. Latinus, old and mild, had long possess'd The Latin scepter, and his people bless'd. His father Faunus, a Laurentian dame; His mother, fair Marica was her name. But Faunus came from Picus; Picus drew his birth from Saturn, if records be true. Thus King Latinus, in the third degree, Had Saturn author of his family. But this old peaceful prince, as Heav'n decreed, Was bless'd with no male issue to succeed. His sons in blooming youth were snatch'd by fate; One only daughter heir'd the royal state. Fir'd with her love, and with ambition led, The neighb'ring princes court her nuptial bed. Among the crowd, but far above the rest, Young Turnus to the beauteous maid address'd. Turnus, for high descent and graceful mien, Was first, and favour'd by the Latian queen. With him she strove to join Lavinia's hand, But dire portents the purpos'd match withstand. Deep in the palace, of long growth, there stood A laurel's trunk, a venerable wood, Where rites divine were paid; whose holy hair Was kept and cut with superstitious care. This plant Latinus, when his town he wall'd, then found, and from the tree Laurentum call'd. And last, in honour of his new abode, he vow'd the laurel to the laurel's god. It happen'd once, a boding prodigy, a swarm of bees that cut the liquid sky, unknown from whence they took their airy flight, upon the topmost branch in clouds alight. There with their clasping feet together clung, and a long cluster from the laurel hung. An ancient augur prophesied from hence: "Behold, on Latian shores a foreign prince, From the same parts of heav'n his navy stands, To the same parts on earth his army lands. The town he conquers, and the tow'r commands." Yet more, when fair Lavinia fed the fire Before the gods, and stood beside her sire, Strange to relate, the flames, involv'd in smoke Of incense, from the sacred altar broke, Caught her dishevel'd hair and rich attire; Her crown and jewels crackled in the fire; From thence the fuming trail began to spread, And lambent glories danc'd about her head. This new portent the seer with wonder views, Then, pausing, thus his prophecy renews: "The nymph, who scatters flaming fires around, Shall shine with honour, shall herself be crown'd; But, caus'd by her irrevocable fate, War shall the country waste, and change the state." Latinus, frighted with this dire ostent, For counsel to his father Faunus went, And sought the shades, renown'd for prophecy, Which near Albunia's sulph'rous fountain lie. To these the Latian and the Sabine land Fly, when distress'd, and thence relief demand. The priest on skins of off'rings takes his ease, And nightly visions in his slumber sees. A swarm of thin aerial shapes appears, And, flutt'ring round his temples, deafs his ears. These he consults, and the future fates to know, From pow'rs above, and from the fiends below. Here for the gods' advice Latinus flies, Off'ring 100 sheep for sacrifice. Their woolly fleeces, as the rites requir'd, He laid beneath him, and to rest retir'd. No sooner were his eyes in slumber bound, When from above a more than mortal sound Invades his ears, and thus the vision spoke: "Seek not, my seed, in Latian bands to yoke Our fair Lavinia, nor the gods provoke. A foreign son upon thy shore descends, Whose martial fame from pole to pole extends. His race in arms and arts of peace renown'd, Not Latium shall contain, nor Europe bound. 'Tis theirs, whate'er the sun surveys around." These answers, in the silent night receiv'd, The king himself divulg'd, the land believ'd. The fame thro' all the neighb'ring nations flew, When now the Trojan navy was in view. Beneath a shady tree the hero spread His table on the turf, with cakes of bread, And with his chiefs on forest fruits he fed. They sate, and not without the gods' command. Their homely fare dispatch'd, the hungry band Invade their trenchers next, and soon devour, To mend the scanty meal, their cakes of flour. Ascanius thus observ'd, and smiling said: "See, we devour the plates on which we fed." The speech had omen, that the Trojan race Should find repose, and this the time and place. Aeneas took the word, and thus replies, Confessing fate with wonder in his eyes: "All hail, O earth! all hail, my household gods! Behold the destin'd place of your abodes: For thus Anchises prophesied of old, And this our fatal place of rest foretold, When, On a foreign shore, instead of meat, by famine forc'd, your trenchers shall you eat. Then ease your weary Trojans will attend, And the long labours of your voyage end. Remember on that happy coast to build, And with a trench inclose the fruitful field. This was that famine, this the fatal place Which ends the wand'ring of our exil'd race. Then on tomorrow's dawn your care employ, To search the land, and where the cities lie, And what the men; but give this day to joy. Now pour to Jove, and after Jove is blest, Call great Anchises to the genial feast, Crown high the goblets with a cheerful draught, Enjoy the present hour, adjourn the future thought. Thus having said, the hero bound his brows With leafy branches, then perform'd his vows, Adoring first the genius of the place, Then Earth, the mother of the heav'nly race, The nymphs, and native godheads yet unknown In night, and all the stars that gild her sable throne, The ancient Cybele, and Idaean Jove, And last his sire below, and mother queen above. Then heav'n's high monarch thunder'd thrice aloud, And thrice he shook aloft a golden cloud. Soon thro' the joyful camp a rumour flew, The time was come their city to renew. Then ev'ry brow with cheerful green is crown'd, The feasts are doubled, and the bowls go round. When next the rosy morn disclos'd the day, The scouts to sev'ral parts divide their way, To learn the natives' names, their towns explore, The coasts and trendings of the crooked shore. Here Tiber flows, and here Numicus stands; Here warlike Latins hold the happy lands. The pious chief, who sought by peaceful ways To found his empire, and his town to raise, 100 youths from all his train selects, And to the Latian court their course directs, The spacious palace where their prince resides, And all their heads with wreaths of olive hides. They go commission'd to require a peace, And carry presents to procure access. Thus while they speed their pace, the prince designs His new elected seat, and draws the lines. The Trojans round the place a rampire cast, And palisades about the trenches plac'd. Meantime the train, proceeding on their way, From far the town and lofty towers survey. At length approach the walls. Without the gate They see the boys and Latian youth debate The martial prizes on the dusty plain. Some drive the cars, and some the coursers rein; Some bend the stubborn bow for victory, And some with darts their active sinews try. A posting messenger, dispatch'd from hence, Of this fair troop advis'd their aged prince: That foreign men of mighty stature came, Uncouth their habit, and unknown their name. The king ordains their entrance, and ascends His regal seat, surrounded by his friends. A palace, built by Picus, vast and proud, Supported by 100 pillars stood, And round encompass'd with a rising wood. The pile o'erlook'd the town, and drew the sight, Surpris'd at once with reverence and delight. There kings receiv'd the marks of sov'reign pow'r; In state the monarchs march'd; the lictors bore Their awful axes, and the rods before. Here the tribunal stood, the house of pray'r, And here the sacred senators repair. All at large tables, in long order set, A ram their off'ring, and a ram their meat. Above the portal, carv'd in cedar wood, Plac'd in their ranks, their godlike grandsires stood: Old Saturn with his crooked scythe on high, And Italus that led the colony, And ancient Janus with his double face And bunch of keys, the porter of the place. There good Sabinus, planter of the vines, On a short pruning hook his head reclines, And studiously surveys his gen'rous wines. Then warlike kings, who for their country fought, And honourable wounds from battle brought. Around the posts hung helmets, darts, and spears, And captive chariots, axes, shields, and bars, And broken beaks of ships, the trophies of their wars. Above the rest, as chief of all the band, Was Picus plac'd, a buckler in his hand; His other wav'd a long divining wand. Girt in his Gaban gown the hero sate, Yet could not with his art avoid his fate; For Circe long had lov'd the youth in vain, Till love, refus'd, converted to disdain. Then mixing pow'rful herbs with magic art, She chang'd his form, who could not change his heart; Constrain'd him in a bird, and made him fly, With party colour'd plumes a chatt'ring pie. In this high temple, on a chair of state, The seat of audience, old Latinus sate, And gave admission to the Trojan train. And thus with pleasing accents he began: "Tell me, ye Trojans, for that name you own, Nor is your course upon our coasts unknown. Say what you seek, and whither were you bound? Were you by stress of weather cast aground? Such dangers as on seas are often seen, And oft befall to miserable men. Or come, your shipping in our ports to lay, Spent and disabled in so long a way. Say what you want: the Latians you shall find, Not forc'd to goodness, but by will inclin'd. For since the time of Saturn's holy reign, His hospitable customs we retain. I call to mind (but time the tale has worn) Th' Aurunci told, that Dardanus, Tho' born on Latian plains, yet sought the Phrygian shore, And Samothracia, Samos call'd before. From Tuscan Coritum he claim'd his birth, But after, when exempt from mortal earth, From thence ascended to his kindred skies, A god, and, as a god, augments their sacrifice." He said. Ilioneus made this reply: "O king of Faunus' royal family, Nor wintry winds to Latium forc'd our way, Nor did the stars our wand'ring course betray. Willing we sought your shores, and hither bound, The port so long desir'd at length we found. From our sweet homes and ancient realms expell'd, Great as the greatest that the sun beheld, The god began our line who rules above; And, as our race, our king descends from Jove. And hither are we come, by his command, To crave admission in your happy land. How dire a tempest from Mycenae pour'd Our plains, our temples, and our town devour'd! What was the waste of war? What fierce alarms Shook Asia's crown with European arms! Ev'n such have heard, if such there be, Whose earth is bounded by the frozen sea, And such as, born beneath the burning sky And sultry sun, betwixt the tropics lie. From that dire deluge, thro' the wat'ry waste, Such length of years, such various perils past, At last escap'd, to Latium we repair, To beg what you without your want may spare: The common water, and the common air; Sheds, which ourselves will build, and mean abodes, Fit to receive and serve our banish'd gods. Nor our admission shall your realm disgrace, Nor length of time our gratitude efface. Besides, what endless honour you shall gain, To save and shelter Troy's unhappy train! Now by my sov'reign and his fate I swear, Renown'd for faith and peace, for force in war. Oft our alliance other lands desir'd, And what we seek of you, of us requir'd. Despite not then that in our hands we bear These holy boughs, sue with words of pray'r. Fate and the gods, by their supreme command, Have doom'd our ships to seek the Latian land. To these abodes our fleet Apollo sends. Here Dardanus was born, and hither tends, Where Tuscan Tiber rolls with rapid force, And where Numicus opes his holy source. Besides, our prince presents, with his request, Some small remains of what his sire possess'd. This golden charger, snatch'd from burning Troy, Anchises did in sacrifice employ. This royal robe and this tiara wore Old Priam, and this golden scepter bore In full assemblies, and in solemn games. These purple vests were weav'd by Dardan dames. Thus while he spoke, Latinus roll'd around His eyes, and fix'd a while upon the ground. Intent he seem'd, and anxious in his breast, Not by the scepter mov'd, or kingly vest, But pond'ring future things of wondrous weight, Succession, empire, and his daughter's fate. On these he mus'd within his thoughtful mind, And then revolv'd what Faunus had divin'd. This was the foreign prince, by fate decreed To share his scepter, and Lavinia's bed. This was the race that sure portents foreshew To sway the world, and land and sea subdue. At length he rais'd his cheerful head, and spoke: "The pow'rs," said he, "the pow'rs we both invoke, To you, and yours, and mine, propitious be, And firm our purpose with their augury. Have what you ask; your presents I receive; Land, where and when you please, with ample leave. Partake, and use my kingdom as your own; All shall be yours, while I command the crown. And, if my wish'd alliance please your king, Tell him he should not send the peace, but bring. Then let him not a friend's embraces fear; The peace is made when I behold him here. Besides this answer, tell my royal guest, I add to his commands my own request. One only daughter heirs my crown and state, Whom not our oracles, nor heav'n, nor fate, Nor frequent prodigies permit to join With any native of th' Ausonian line. A foreign son-in-law shall come from far; Such is our doom, a chief renown'd in war, Whose race shall bear aloft the Latian name, And thro' the conquer'd world diffuse our fame. Himself to be the man the fates require, I firmly judge, and, what I judge, desire." He said, and then on each bestow'd a steed. 300 horses, in high stables fed, Stood ready, shining all, and smoothly dress'd. Of these he chose the fairest and the best, To mount the Trojan troop. At his command the steeds caparison'd with purple stand, With golden trappings, glorious to behold, And champ betwixt their teeth the foaming gold. Then to his absent guests the king decreed A pair of coursers, born of heav'nly breed, Who from their nostrils breath'd ethereal fire, Whom Circe stole from her celestial sire, By substituting mares produc'd on earth, Whose wombs conceiv'd a more than mortal birth. These draw the chariot which Latinus sends, And the rich present to the prince commends. Sublime on stately steeds the Trojans borne, To their expecting lord with peace return. But jealous Juno, from Pachynus' height, As she from Argos took her airy flight, Beheld with envious eyes this hateful sight. She saw the Trojan and his joyful train Descend upon the shore, desert the main, Design a town, and with unhop'd success Th' ambassadors return with promis'd peace. Then Pierc'd with pain, she shook her haughty head, sigh'd from her inward soul, and thus she said: "O hated offspring of my Phrygian foes! O fates of Troy, which Juno's fates oppose! Could they not fall unpitied on the plain, But slain revive, and taken 'scape again? When execrable Troy in ashes lay, Thro' fires and swords and seas they forc'd their way. Then vanquish'd Juno must in vain contend, Her rage disarm'd, her empire at an end. Breathless and tir'd, is all my fury spent? Or does my glutted spleen at length relent? As if 'twere little from their town to chase, I thro' the seas pursued their exil'd race, Engag'd the heavens, oppos'd the stormy main, But billows roar'd, and tempests rag'd in vain. What have my Scyllas and my Syrtes done? When these they overpass, and those they shun, On Tiber's shores they land, secure of fate, Triumphant o'er the storms and Juno's hate. Mars could in mutual blood the Centaurs bathe, And Jove himself gave way to Cynthia's wrath, Who sent the tusky boar to Calydon. What great offence had either people done? But I, consort of the Thund'rer, have wag'd a long and unsuccessful war, With various arts and arms in vain have toil'd, And by a mortal man at length am foil'd. If native pow'r prevail not, shall I doubt To seek for needful succour from without? If Jove and Heav'n my just desires deny, Hell shall the pow'r of Heav'n and Jove supply. Grant that the Fates have firm'd by their decree The Trojan race to reign in Italy: At least I can defer the nuptial day, And with protracted wars the peace delay. With blood the dear alliance shall be bought, And both the people near destruction brought. So shall the son in law and father join, With ruin, war, and waste of either line. O fatal maid, thy marriage is endow'd With Phrygian, Latian, and Rutulian blood. Bellona leads thee to thy lover's hand; Another queen brings forth another brand, To burn with foreign fires another land. A second Paris, diff'ring but in name, Shall fire his country with a second flame." Thus having said, she sinks beneath the ground With furious haste, and shoots the Stygian sound, To rouse Alecto from th' infernal seat Of her dire sisters, and their dark retreat. This fury, fit for her intent, she chose, One who delights in wars and human woes. Ev'n Pluto hates his own misshapen race; Her sister Furies fly her hideous face. So frightful are the forms the monster takes, So fierce the hissings of her speckled snakes. Her Juno finds, and thus inflames her spite: "O virgin daughter of eternal night, Give me this once thy labour, to sustain My right, and execute my just disdain. Let not the Trojans, with a feign'd pretence Of proffer'd peace, delude the Latian prince. Expel from Italy that odious name, And let not Juno suffer in her fame. 'Tis thine to ruin realms, or turn a state, Betwixt the dearest friends to raise debate, And kindle kindred blood to mutual hate. Thy hand o'er towns the funeral torch displays, And forms 1,000 ills 10,000 ways. Now shake out thy fruitful breast the seeds Of envy, discord, and of cruel deeds. Confound the peace establish'd, and prepare Their souls to hatred, and their hands to war." Smear'd as she was with black Gorgonian blood, The Fury sprang above the Stygian flood; And on her wicker wings, sublime thro' night, She to the Latian palace took her flight. There sought the queen's apartment, stood before The peaceful threshold, and besieg'd the door. Restless Amata lay, her swelling breast fir'd with disdain for Turnus dispossess'd, and the new nuptials of the Trojan guest. From her black bloody locks the Fury shakes her darling Plague, the fav'rite of her snakes. With her full force she threw the poisonous dart, and fix'd it deep within Amata's heart, that thus envenom'd she might kindle rage, and sacrifice to strife her house husband's age. Unseen, unfelt, the fiery serpent skims betwixt her linen and her naked limbs, his baleful breath inspiring, as he glides. Now like a chain around her neck he rides, now like a fillet to her head repairs, and with his circling volumes folds her hairs. At first the silent venom slid with ease, and seiz'd her cooler senses by degrees. Then, ere th' infected mass was fir'd too far, in plaintive accents she began the war, and thus bespoke her husband: "Shall," she said, "a wand'ring prince enjoy Lavinia's bed? If nature plead not in a parent's heart, Pity my tears, and pity her desert. I know, my dearest lord, the time will come You in vain reverse your cruel doom. The faithless pirate soon will set to sea, And bear the royal virgin far away, A guest, like him, a Trojan guest before, In shew of friendship, sought the Spartan shore, And ravish'd Helen from her husband bore. Think on a king's inviolable word, And think on Turnus, her once plighted lord. To this false foreigner you give your throne, And wrong a friend, a kinsman, and a son. Resume your ancient care; and if the god Your sire, and you, resolve on foreign blood, Know all are foreign, in a larger sense, Not born your subjects, or deriv'd from hence. Then, if the line of Turnus you retrace, He springs from Inachus of Argive race." But, when she saw her reasons idly spent, And could not move him from his fix'd intent, She flew to rage; for now the snake possess'd Her vital parts, and poison'd all her breast. She raves, she runs with a distracted pace, And fills with horrid howls the public place. And, as young striplings whip the top for sport, On the smooth pavement of an empty court, The wooden engine flies and whirls about, Admir'd with clamours of the beardless rout. They lash aloud; each other they provoke, And lend their little souls at ev'ry stroke. Thus fares the queen, and thus her fury blows Amidst the crowd, and kindles as she goes. Nor yet content, she strains her malice more, And adds new ills to those contriv'd before. She flies the town, and, mixing with a throng Of madding matrons, bears the bride along, Wand'ring thro' the woods and wilds, and devious ways, And with these arts the Trojan match delays. She feign'd the rites of Bacchus, cried aloud, And to the buxom god the virgin vow'd: "E voi, O Bacchus!" Thus began the song, and "E voi!" answer'd all the female throng. "O virgin, worthy thee alone!" she cried. "O worthy thee alone!" the crew replied. For thee she feeds her hair, she leads thy dance, And with thy winding ivy wreathes her lance. Like fury seize the rest; the progress known, All seek the mountains, and forsake the town. All, clad in skins of beasts, the jav'lin bear, Give to the wanton winds their flowing hair, And shrieks and shoutings rend the suff'ring air. The queen, herself inspir'd with rage divine, Shook high above her head a flaming pine, Then roll'd her haggard eyes around the throng, And sung in Turnus' name the nuptial song: "O ye Latian dames, if any here Hold your unhappy queen Amata dear; If There be here," she said, "who dare maintain My right, nor think the name of mother vain. Unbind your fillets, loose your flowing hair, And orgies and nocturnal rites prepare." Book 7, Part 1. Recording by Alan Brown, Houston, Texas. Book 7, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. The Aeneid by Publius Virgilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 7. Juno served by a Fury. Part 2. Amata's breast the Fury thus invades, And fires with rage amid the sylvan shades. Then, when she found her venom spread so far, The royal house embroil'd in civil war, Rais'd on her dusky wings, she cleaves the skies, And seeks the palace where young Turnus lies. His town, as fame reports, was built of old By Danae, pregnant with almighty gold, Who fled her father's rage, and, with a train Of following Argives, thro' the stormy main, Driven by the southern blasts, was fated here to reign. 'Twas Ardua once, now Ardea's name it bears; Once a fair city, now consum'd with years. Here in his lofty palace Turnus lay, Betwixt the confines of the night and day, Secure in sleep. The Fury laid aside Her looks and limbs, and with new methods tried The foulness of th' infernal form to hide. Propp'd on a staff, she takes a trembling mien; Her face is furrow'd, and her front obscene. Deep dinted wrinkles on her cheek she draws; Sunk are her eyes, and toothless are her jaws. Her hoary hair with holy fillets bound, Her temples with an olive wreath are crown'd. Old Chalybe, who kept the sacred fane Of Juno, now she seem'd, and thus began, Appearing in a dream to rouse the careless man. "Shall Turnus then such endless toil sustain In fighting fields, and conquer towns in vain? Win for a Trojan head to wear the prize? Usurp thy crown? Enjoy thy victories? The bride and scepter which thy blood has bought The king transfers, and foreign heirs are sought. Go now, deluded man, and seek again New toils, new dangers, on the dusty plain. Repel the Tuscan foes, their city seize, Protect the Latians in luxurious ease. This dream all pow'rful Juno sends; I bear her mighty mandates, and her words you hear. Haste, arm your Ardeans, issue to the plain. With fate to friend, assault the Trojan train; Their thoughtless chiefs, their painted ships that lie In Tiber's mouth, with fire and sword destroy. The Latian king, unless he shall submit, Own his old promise, and his new forget. Let him in arms the pow'r of Turnus prove, And learn to fear whom he disdains to love; For such is Heav'n's command." The youthful prince with scorn replied, And made this bold defence: "You tell me, mother, what I knew before. The Phrygian fleet is landed on the shore. I neither fear nor will provoke the war. My fate is Juno's most peculiar care. But time has made you dote, and vainly tell Of arms imagin'd in your lonely cell. Go, be the temple and the gods your care; Permit to men the thought of peace and war." These haughty words Alecto's rage provoke. And frighted Turnus trembled as she spoke. Her eyes grow stiffen'd, and with sulphur burn; Her hideous looks and hellish form return; Her curling snakes with hissings fill the place, And open all the furies of her face. Then, darting fire from her malignant eyes, She cast him backward, as he strove to rise, And, ling'ring, sought to frame some new replies. High on her head she rears two twisted snakes; Her chains she rattles, and her whip she shakes, And, churning bloody foam, thus loudly speaks: "Behold, whom time has made to dote and tell Of arms imagin'd in her lonely cell! Behold the Fates' infernal minister! War, death, destruction, in my hand I bear." Thus having said, her smould'ring torch impress'd with her full force, she plung'd into his breast. Aghast he wak'd, and, starting from his bed, Cold sweat in clammy drops his limbs o'erspread. "Arms! arms!" he cries; "my sword and shield prepare!" He breathes defiance, blood, and mortal war. So, when with crackling flames a caldron fries, The bubbling waters from the bottom rise; Above the brims they force their fiery way; Black vapours climb aloft, and cloud the day. The peace polluted thus, a chosen band He first commissions to the Latian land, In threat'ning embassy; then rais'd the rest, To meet in arms th' intruding Trojan guest, To force the foes from the Lavinian shore, And Italy's endanger'd peace restore. Himself alone an equal match he boasts, To fight the Phrygian and Ausonian hosts. The gods invok'd, the Rutuli prepare Their arms, and warn each other to the war. His beauty these, and those his blooming age; The rest his house and his own fame engage. While Turnus urges thus his enterprise, The Stygian fury to the Trojans flies, New frauds invents, and takes a steepy stand, Which overlooks the vale with wide command; Where fair Ascanius and his youthful train With horns and hounds a hunting match ordain, And pitch their toils around the shady plain. The Fury fires the pack; they snuff, they vent, And feed their hungry nostrils with the scent. 'Twas of a well grown stag, whose antlers rise High o'er his front; his beams invade the skies. From this light cause th' infernal maid prepares The country churls to mischief, hate, and wars. The stately beast the two Tyrrhidae bred, Snatch'd from his dams, and the tame youngling fed. Their father Tyrrheus did his fodder bring, Tyrrheus, chief ranger to the Latian king. Their sister Silvia cherish'd with her care The little wanton, and did wreaths prepare To hang his budding horns; with ribbons tied His tender neck, and comb'd his silken hide, And bath'd his body. Patient of command in time he grew, And, growing used to hand, he waited at his master's board for food; Then sought his salvage kindred in the wood, Where, grazing all the day, at night he came To his known lodgings and his country dame. This household beast, that us'd the woodland grounds, Was view'd at first by the young hero's hounds, As down the stream he swam, to seek retreat In the cool waters, and to quench his heat. Ascanius, young and eager of his game, Soon bent his bow, uncertain in his aim; But the dire fiend the fatal arrow guides, Which pierc'd his bowels thro' his panting sides. The bleeding creature issues from the floods, Possess'd with fear, and seeks his known abodes, His old familiar hearth and household gods. He falls; he fills the house with heavy groans, Implores their pity, and his pain bemoans. Young Silvia beats her breast, and cries aloud For succour from the clownish neighbourhood. The churls assemble; for the fiend, who lay In the close woody covert, urg'd their way. One with a brand yet burning from the flame, Arm'd with a knotty club another came. Whate'er they catch or find, without their care, Their fury makes an instrument of war. Tyrrheus, the foster father of the beast, Then clench'd a hatchet in his horny fist, But held his hand from the descending stroke, And left his wedge within the cloven oak, To whet their courage and their rage provoke. And now the goddess, exercis'd in ill, Who watch'd an hour to work her impious will, Ascends the roof, and to her crooked horn, Such as was then by Latian shepherds borne, Adds all her breath. The rocks and woods around And mountains tremble at th' infernal sound. The sacred lake of Trivia from afar, The Veline fountains, and the sulphureous Nar, Shake at the baleful blast, the signal of the war. Young mothers wildly stare, with fear possess'd, And strain their helpless infants to their breast. The clowns, a boisterous, rude, ungovern'd crew, With furious haste to the loud summons flew. The pow'rs of Troy, then issuing on the plain, With fresh recruits their youthful chief sustain. Not theirs a raw and unexperienc'd train, But a firm body of embattled men. At first, while fortune favour'd neither side, The fight with clubs and burning brands was tried. But now, both parties reinforc'd, the fields Are bright with flaming swords and brazen shields. A shining harvest either host displays, And shoots against the sun with equal rays. Thus, when a black brow'd gust begins to rise, White foam at first on the curl'd ocean fries. Then roars the main, the billows mount the skies, Till, by the fury of the storm full blown, The muddy bottom o'er the clouds is thrown. First Almon falls, old Tyrrheus' eldest care, Pierc'd with an arrow from the distant war. Fix'd in his throat the flying weapon stood, And stopp'd his breath, and drank his vital blood. Huge heaps of slain around the body rise; Among the rest the rich Galesus lies, A good old man, while peace he preach'd in vain, Amidst the madness of th' unruly train. 5 herds, 5 bleating flocks his pastures fill'd, His lands 100 yoke of oxen till'd. Thus, while in equal scales their fortune stood, The Fury bath'd them in each other's blood. Then, having fix'd the fight, exulting flies, And bears fulfill'd her promise to the skies. To Juno thus she speaks: "Behold, it is done! The blood already drawn, the war begun. The discord is complete, nor can they cease The dire debate, nor you command the peace. Now, since the Latian and the Trojan brood Have tasted vengeance and the sweets of blood, Speak, and my pow'r shall add this office more: The neighb'ring nations of th' Ausonian shore Shall hear the dreadful rumour from afar, Of arm'd invasion, and embrace the war." Then Juno thus: "The grateful work is done, the seeds of discord sow'd, the war begun. Frauds, fears, and fury have possess'd the state, And fix'd the causes of a lasting hate. A bloody Hymen shall th' alliance join Betwixt the Trojan and Ausonian line. But thou with speed to night and hell repair, For not the gods, nor angry Jove, will bear Thy lawless wand'ring walks in upper air. Leave what remains to me." Saturnia said. The sullen fiend her sounding wings display'd, Unwilling left the light, and sought the nether shade. In midst of Italy, well known to fame, There lies a lake, Amsanctus is the name. Below the lofty mounts, on either side, Thick forests the forbidden entrance hide. Full in the centre of the sacred wood, An arm arises of the Stygian flood, Which, breaking from beneath with bellowing sound, Whirls the black waves and rattling stones around. Here Pluto pants for breath from out his cell, And opens wide the grinning jaws of hell. To this infernal lake the Fury flies; Here hides her hated head, and frees the lab'ring skies. Saturnian Juno now, with double care, Attends the fatal process of the war. The clowns, return'd, from battle bear the slain, Implore the gods, and to their king complain. The corpse of Almon and the rest are shown. Shrieks, clamours, murmurs, fill the frighted town. Ambitious Turnus in the press appears, And, aggravating crimes, augments their fears. Proclaims his private injuries aloud, A solemn promise made, and disavow'd. A foreign son is sought, and a mix'd mongrel brood. Then they, whose mothers, frantic with their fear, In woods and wiles the flags of Bacchus bear, And lead his dances with dishevel'd hair, Increase the clamour, and the war demand. Such was Amata's interest in the land, Against the public sanctions of the peace, Against all omens of their ill success. With fates averse, the rout in arms resort, To force their monarch, and insult the court. But, like a rock unmov'd, a rock that braves The raging tempest and the rising waves, Propp'd on himself he stands; his solid sides Wash off the seaweeds and the sounding tides. So stood the pious prince, unmov'd, and long Sustain'd the madness of the noisy throng. But, when he found that Juno's pow'r prevail'd, And all the methods of cool counsel fail'd, He calls the gods to witness their offence, Disclaims the war, asserts his innocence. "Hurried by fate," he cries, "and borne before a furious wind, We have the faithful shore. O more than mad men! You yourselves shall bear the guilt of blood in sacrilegious war. Thou, Turnus, shalt atone it by thy fate, And pray to heav'n for peace, but pray too late. For me, my stormy voyage at an end, I to the port of death securely tend. The fun'ral pomp, which to your kings you pay, Is all I want, and all you take away." He said no more, but, in his walls confin'd, Shut out the woes which he too well divin'd, Nor with the rising storm would vainly strive, But left the helm, and let the vessel drive. A solemn custom was observ'd of old, Which Latium held, and now the Romans hold. Their standard, when in fighting fields they rear Against the fierce Hyrcanians, or declare The Scythian, Indian, or Arabian war, Or from the boasting Parthians would regain Their eagles, lost in Carrhae's bloody plain, 2 gates of steel, the name of Mars they bear, And still are worship'd with religious fear. Before his temple stand, the dire abode, And the fear'd issues of the furious god Are fenc'd with brazen bolts. Without the gates the wary guardian Janus doubly waits. Then, when the sacred senate votes the wars, The Roman consul their decree declares, And in his robes the sounding gates unbars. The youth in military shouts arise, And the loud trumpets break the yielding skies. These rites, of old by sov'reign princes us'd, Were the king's office, but the king refus'd, Deaf to their cries. nor would the gates unbar Of sacred peace, or loose th' imprison'd war; But hid his head, and, safe from loud alarms, Abhorr'd the wicked ministry of arms. Then heav'n's imperious queen shot down from high; At her approach the brazen hinges fly, The gates are forc'd, and ev'ry falling bar, And, like a tempest, issues out the war. The peaceful cities of th' Ausonian shore, Lull'd in their ease, and undisturb'd before, Are all on fire; and some with studious care Their restive steeds in sandy plains prepare; Some their soft limbs in painful marches try, And war is all their wish, and arms the gen'ral cry. Part scour the rusty shields with seam, and part New grind the blunted ax, and point the dart. With joy they view the waving ensigns fly, And hear the trumpet's clangor pierce the sky. 5 cities forge their arms: th' Atinian pow'rs, Antemnae, Tibur with her lofty tow'rs, Ardea the proud, the Crustumerian town. All these of old were places of renown: Some hammer helmets for the fighting field, Some twine young sallows to support the shield, The crosslet some, and some the cuishes mould, With silver plated, and with ductile gold. The rustic honours of the scythe and share Give place to swords and plumes, the pride of war. Old falchions are new temper'd in the fires; The sounding trumpet ev'ry soul inspires. The word is giv'n; with eager speed they lace The shining headpiece, and the shield embrace. The neighing steeds are to the chariot tied; The trusty weapon sits on ev'ry side. And now the mighty labour is begun: Ye Muses, open all your Helicon. Sing you the chiefs that sway'd th' Ausonian land, Their arms, and armies under their command. What warriors in our ancient clime were bred, What soldiers follow'd, and what heroes led. For well you know, and can record alone, What fame to future times conveys but darkly down. Mezentius first appear'd upon the plain; Scorn sate upon his brows, and sour disdain, Defying earth and heav'n. Etruria lost, he brings to Turnus' aid His baffled host. The charming Lausus, full of youthful fire, Rode in the rank, and next his sullen sire. To Turnus only second, in the grace Of manly mien, and features of the face; A skilful horseman, and a huntsman bred; With fates averse 1,000 men he led. His sire unworthy of so brave a son, Himself well worthy of a happier throne. Next Aventinus drives his chariot round The Latian plains, with palms and laurels crown'd. Proud of his steeds, he smokes along the field; His father's hydra fills his ample shield; 100 serpents hiss about the brims. The son of Hercules he justly seems, By his broad shoulders and gigantic limbs, Of heav'nly part, and part of earthly blood; A mortal woman mixing with a god. For strong Alcides, after he had slain The triple Geryon, drove from conquer'd Spain His captive herds, and thence in triumph led On Tuscan Tiber's flow'ry banks they fed. Then on Mount Aventine the son of Jove The priestess Rhea found, and forc'd to love. For arms, his men long piles and jav'lins bore, And poles with pointed steel their foes in battle gore. Like Hercules himself his son appears, In salvage pomp; a lion's head he wears; About his shoulders hangs the shaggy skin; The teeth and gaping jaws severely grin. Thus, like the god his father, homely dress'd, He strides into the hall, a horrid guest. Then 2 twin brothers from the fair Tiber came, Which from their brother Tiburs took the name: Fierce Corus, and Catillus, void of fear. Arm'd Argive horse they led, and in the front appear, like cloud-born Centaurs, from the mountain's height with rapid course descending to the fight. They rush along, the rattling woods give way, the branches bend before their sweepy sway. Nor was Praeneste's founder wanting there, whom fame reports the son of Mulciber, found in the fire and foster'd in the plains. A shepherd and a king at once he reigns, and leads to Turnus' aid his country swains. His own Praeneste sends a chosen band, with those who plow Saturnia's Gabine land. Besides the succour which cold Aenean yields, the rocks of Hernicus and the dewy fields, Anagnia fat, and farther Amasene, a num'rous rout, but all of naked men. Nor arms they wear, nor swords and bucklers wield, nor drive the chariot thro' the dusty field, but whirl from leathern slings huge balls of lead, and spoils of yellow wolves adorn their head. Their left foot naked, when they march to fight, but in a bull's raw hide they sheathe the right. Messapus next; great Neptune was his sire, secure of steel, and fated from the fire. In pomp appears, and with his ardor warms a heartless train, unexercis'd in arms. The just Faliscans he to battle brings, And those who live where Lake Cimenia springs, And where Feronia's grove and temple stands, Who till Fescennian or Flavinian lands. All these in order march, and marching sing The warlike actions of their sea-born king, Like a long team of snowy swans on high, Which clap their wings and cleave the liquid sky. When homeward from their wat'ry pastures borne, They sing, and Asia's lakes their notes return. Not one who heard their music from afar Would think these troops an army train'd to war, But flocks of fowl, that, when the tempests roar, With their hoarse gabbling seek the silent shore. Then Clausus came, who led a num'rous band Of troops embodied from the Sabine land, And in himself alone an army brought. 'Twas he the noble Claudian race begot; The Claudian race, ordain'd, in times to come, To share the greatness of imperial Rome. He led the Curies forth, of old renown, Mutuscans from their olive-bearing town, And all th' Eretrian pow'rs, besides a band That follow'd from Velinum's dewy land, And Amaternian troops of mighty fame, And mountaineers that from Severus came, And from the craggy cliffs of Tetrica, And those where yellow Tiber takes his way, And where Himela's wanton waters play. Casperia sends her arms, and with those that lie By Fabaris and fruitful Foruli. The warlike aids of Horta next appear, And the cold Nursians come to close the rear, Mix'd with the natives born of Latine blood, Whom Allia washes with her fatal flood. Not thicker billows beat the Libyan main, When pale Orion sets in wintry rain; Nor thicker harvests on rich Hermus rise, Nor Lycian fields, when Phoebus burns the skies. Then stand these troops; their bucklers ring around, Their trampling turns the turf, and shakes the solid ground. High in his chariot then Halesus came, A foe by birth to Troy's unhappy name, From Agamemnon born. To Turnus' aid 1,000 men the youthful hero led, Who till the Massic soil, for wine renown'd, And fierce Auruncans from their hilly ground, And those who live by Cydonetian shores, And where with shoaly fords full Turnus roars. Cales and Osca's old inhabitants, And rough Saticulans, inur'd to wants. Light demi-lances from afar they throw, Fasten'd with leathern thongs, to gall the foe. Short crooked swords in closer fight they wear, And on their warding arm light bucklers bear. Nor, Oebalus, shalt thou be left unsung, From nymph Semethis and old Telon sprung, Who then in Teleboan Capri reign'd, But that short isle th' ambitious youth disdain'd. And o'er Campania stretch'd his ample sway, Where swelling Sarnus seeks the Tyrrhene sea; O'er Batulum, and where Abella sees, From her high tow'rs, the harvest of her trees. And these, as was the Teuton use of old, Wield brazen swords, and brazen bucklers hold, Sling weighty stones, when from afar they fight; Their casques are cork, a cov'ring thick and light. Next these in rank the warlike Ufens went, And led the mountain troops that Nursia sent. The rude Equicolae his rule obey'd, Hunting their sport, and plund'ring was their trade. In arms they plow'd, to battle still prepar'd; Their soil was barren, and their hearts were hard. Umbro the priest the proud Marrubians led, By King Archippus sent to Turnus' aid; And peaceful Olives crown'd his hoary head. His wand and holy words the viper's rage, And venom'd wounds of serpents could assuage. He, when he pleas'd with pow'rful juice to steep Their temples, shut their eyes in pleasing sleep. But vain were Marsian herbs, and magic art, To cure the wound giv'n by the Dardan dart. Yet his untimely fate th' Angitian woods In sighs remurmur'd to the Fucine floods. The son of fam'd Hippolytus was there, Fam'd as his sire, and, as his mother, fair, Whom in Egerian groves Aricia bore, And nurs'd his youth along the marshy shore, Where great Diana's peaceful altars flame In fruitful fields, and Virbius was his name. Hippolytus, as old records have said, Was by his stepdam sought to share her bed; But, when no female arts his mind could move, She turn'd to furious hate her impious love. Torn by wild horses on the sandy shore, Another's crimes th' unhappy hunter bore, Glutting his father's eyes with guiltless gore. But chaste Diana, who his death deplor'd, With Aesculapian herbs his life restor'd. Then Jove, who saw from high, with just disdain, The dead inspir'd with vital breath again, Struck to the centre, with his flaming dart, Th' unhappy founder of the godlike art. But Trivia kept in secret shades alone Her care Hippolytus to fate unknown, And call'd him Virbius in th' Egerian grove, Where then he liv'd obscure, but safe from Jove. For this, from Trivia's temple and her wood Are coursers driv'n, who shed their master's blood, Affrighted by the monsters of the flood. His son, the second Virbius, yet retain'd His father's art, and warrior steeds he rein'd amid the troops; and, like the leading god, High o'er the rest in arms the graceful Turnus rode. A triple of plumes his crest adorn'd, On which with belching flames Chimaera burn'd. The more the kindled combat rises higher, The more with fury burns the blazing fire. Fair Io grac'd his shield; but Io now With horns exalted stands, and seems to low. A noble charge! Her keeper by her side To watch her walks, his 100 eyes applied; And on the brims her sire, the wat'ry god, Roll'd from a silver urn his crystal flood. A cloud of foot succeeds, and fills the fields With swords, and pointed spears, and clatt'ring shields, Of Argives, and of old Sicanian bands, And those who plow the rich Rutulian lands, Auruncan youth, and those Sacrana yields, And the proud Labicans with painted shields, And those who near Numician streams reside, And those whom Tiber's holy forests hide, Or Circe's hills from the main land divide, Where Ufens glides along the lowly lands, Or the black water of Pomptina stands. Last, from the Volscians fair Camilla came, And led her warlike troops, a warrior dame. Unbred to spinning, in the loom unskill'd, She chose the nobler Pallas of the field. Mix'd with the first, the fierce Virago fought, Sustain'd the toils of arms, the danger sought. outstripp'd the winds in speed upon the plain, flew o'er the fields, nor hurt the bearded grain. She swept the seas, and, as she skimm'd along, her flying feet unbath'd on billows hung. Men, boys, and women, stupid with surprise, Where'er she passes, fix their wond'ring eyes. Longing they look, and, gaping at the sight, Devour her o'er and o'er with vast delight. Her purple habit sits with such a grace On her smooth shoulders, and so suits her face. Her head with ringlets of her hair is crown'd, And in a golden caul the curls are bound. She shakes her myrtle jav'lin, and behind her Lycian quiver dances in the wind. End of Book 7. Recording by Alan Brown, Houston, Texas.
Book 8, Part 1 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 8. Arcadian Allies, Part 1. When Turnus had assembled all his powers, his standard planted on Laurentium's towers, when now the springly trumpet from afar had given the signal of approaching war, had roused the neighing steeds to scour the fields, while the fierce riders clattered on their shields, trembling with rage, the Latian youth prepare to join the allies and headlong rush to war. Fierce Ufens and Messapus led the crowd, with bold Mezentius, who blasphemed aloud. These through the country took their wasteful course, the fields to forage and to gather force. Then Venulus to Diomed they send, to beg his aid Ausonia to defend. Declare the common danger, and inform the Grecian leader of the growing storm. Aeneas landed on the Latian coast, with banish'd gods, and with a baffled host, yet now aspir'd to conquest of the state, and claim'd a title from the gods and fate. What numerous nations in his quarrel came, and how they spread his formidable name; what he design'd, what mischief might arise, if fortune favour'd his first enterprise, was left for him to weigh, whose equal fears and common interest was involved in theirs. While Turnus and the allies thus urge the war, the Trojan, floating in a flood of care, beholds the tempest which his foes prepare. This way and that he turns his anxious mind, thinks and rejects the counsels he design'd, explores himself in vain in every part, and gives no rest to his distracted heart. So when the sun by day or moon by night strike on the polish'd brass their trembling light, the glitt'ring species here and there divide, and cast their dubious beams from side to side. Now on the walls, now on the pavement play, and to the ceiling flash the glaring day. It was night, and weary nature lull'd asleep the birds of air and fishes of the deep, and beasts and mortal men. The Trojan chief was laid on Tiber's bank, oppress'd with grief, and found in silent slumber late relief. Then thro' the shadows of the poplar wood arose the father of the Roman flood. An azure robe was o'er his body spread, a wreath of shady reeds adorn'd his head. Thus manifest to sight, the god appear'd, and with these pleasing words his sorrow cheer'd: "Undoubted offspring of ethereal race, O long expected in this promis'd place, Who thro' the foes hast borne thy banish'd gods, restore them to their hearths and old abodes. This is thy happy home, the clime where fate ordains thee to restore the Trojan state. Fear not, the war shall end in lasting peace, and all the rage of haughty Juno cease; and that this nightly vision may not seem th' effect of fancy, or an idle dream, so beneath an oak shall lie along, all white herself, and white her 30 young. When 30 rolling years have run their race, thy son Ascanius on this empty space shall build a royal town of lasting fame, which from this omen shall receive the name. Time shall approve the truth, for what remains, and how with sure success to crown thy pains. With patience next attend: a banish'd band, Driven with Evander from th' Arcadian land, Have planted here, and plac'd on high their walls. Their town the founder Pallanteum calls, deriv'd from Pallas, his great grandsire's name; But the fierce Latians old possession claim. With war infesting the new colony, these make thy friends, and on their aid rely. To thy free passage I submit my streams. Wake, son of Venus, from thy pleasing dreams; And when the setting stars are lost in day, To Juno's pow'r thy just devotion pay. With sacrifice the wrathful queen appease; Her pride at length shall fall, her fury cease. When thou return'st victorious from the war, Perform thy vows to me with grateful care. The god am I, whose yellow water flows Around these fields; it fattens as it goes. Tiber my name among the rolling floods, Renown'd on earth, esteem'd among the gods. This is my certain seat: in times to come My waves shall wash the walls of mighty Rome. He said, and plung'd below. While yet he spoke, His dream Aeneas and his sleep forsook. He rose, and looking up beheld the skies With purple blushing, and the day arise. The water in his hollow palm he took From Tiber's flood, and thus the pow'rs bespoke: "Laurentian nymphs, by whom the streams are fed, And Father Tiber, in thy sacred bed, Receive Aeneas, and from danger keep. Whatever fount, whatever holy deep, Conceals thy wat'ry stores, where'er they rise, And, bubbling from below, salute the skies. Thou king of horned floods, whose plenteous urn Suffices fatness to the fruitful corn, For this thy kind compassion of our woes Shalt share my morning song and evening vows. But oh, be present to thy people's aid, And firm the gracious promise thou hast made." Thus having said, to galleys from his stores With care he chooses, mans, and fits with oars. Now on the shore the fatal swine is found. Wondrous to tell, she lay along the ground, Her well-fed offspring at her udders hung, She white herself, and white her 30 young. Aeneas takes the mother and her brood, And all on Juno's altar are bestow'd. The following night, and the succeeding day, Propitious Tiber smooth'd his wat'ry way. He roll'd his river back, and pois'd he stood, A gentle swelling, and a peaceful flood. The Trojans mount their ships; they put from shore, Borne on the waves, and scarcely dip an oar. Shouts from the land give omen to their course, And the pitch'd vessels glide with easy force. The woods and waters wonder at the gleam Of shields, and painted ships that stem the stream. One summer's night and one whole day they pass Betwixt the greenwood shades, and cut the liquid glass. The fiery sun had finish'd half his race, Look'd back, and doubted in the middle space, When they from far beheld the rising tow'rs, The tops of sheds, and shepherds' lowly bow'rs. Thin as they stood, which then on homely clay Now rise in marble from the Roman sway. These cots, Evander's kingdom, mean and poor, The Trojan saw, and turn'd his ships to shore. 'Twas a solemn day: th' Arcadian states, The king and prince, without the city gates. then paid their offsprings in a sacred grove to Hercules, the warrior son of Jove. Thick clouds of rolling smoke involve the skies, and fat of entrails on his altar fries. But when they saw the ship that stemm'd the flood, and glitter'd through the covert of the wood, they rose with fear, and left th' unfinish'd feast, till dauntless Pallas reassur'd the rest. To pay the rites, himself without delay a jav'lin seiz'd, and singly took his way. Then gain'd a rising ground, and call'd from far: "Resolve me, strangers, whence and what you are, Your business here, and bring you peace or war?" High on the stern Aeneas he stand, and held a branch of olive in his hand. While thus he spoke: "The Phrygians' arms you see, Expell'd from Troy, provok'd in Italy By Latian foes, with war unjustly made, At first affianc'd, then at last betray'd. This message bear: the Trojans and their chief Bring holy peace, and beg the king's relief." Struck with so great a name, and all on fire, The youth replies: "Whatever you require, your fame exacts; upon our shores descend, A welcome guest, and, what you wish, a friend." He said, and downward hasting to the strand, Embrac'd the stranger prince, and join'd his hand. Conducted to the grove, Aeneas broke the silence first, and thus the king bespoke: "Best of the Greeks, to whom, by fate's command, I bear these peaceful branches in my hand, undaunted I approach you, tho' I know Your birth is Grecian, and your land my foe. From Atreus, tho' your ancient lineage came, And boast the brother kings your kindred claim, Yet myself conscious worth your high renown, Your virtue thro' neither neighb'ring nations blown. Our fathers' mingled blood, Apollo's voice, Have led me hither, less my need than choice. Our founder Dardanus, as fame has sung, And Greeks acknowledge, from Electra sprung. Electra from the loins of Atlas came, Atlas, whose head sustains the starry frame. Your sire is Mercury, whom long before On cold Cylleni's top fair Maia bore. Maia the fair, on fame if we rely, Was Atlas' daughter, who sustains the sky. Thus from one common source our streams divide; Ours is the Trojan, yours th' Arcadian side. Rais'd by these hopes, I sent no news before, Nor ask'd your leave, nor did your faith implore, But come, without a pledge, my own ambassador; The same Rutulians, who with arms pursue The Trojan race, are equal foes to you. Our host expell'd, what farther force can stay The victor troops from universal sway? Then will they stretch their pow'r athwart the land, And either sea from side to side command. Receive our offer'd faith, and give us thine; Ours is a gen'rous and experienced line. We want no hearts nor bodies for the war; In council cautious, and in fields we dare." He said, and while spoke, with piercing eyes Evander view'd the man with vast surprise, Pleas'd with his action, ravish'd with his face, Then answer'd briefly with a royal grace: "O valiant leader of the Trojan line, In whom the features of thy father shine! How I recall Anchises! how I see His motions, mien, and all my friend in thee! Long tho' it be, 'tis fresh within my mind, When Priam to his sister's court design'd A welcome visit, with a friendly stay, And thro' th' Arcadian kingdom took his way. And then, past a boy, the callow down began To shade my chin, and call me first a man. I saw the shining train with vast delight, And Priam's goodly person pleas'd my sight. But great Anchises, far above the rest, With awful wonder fir'd my youthful breast. I long to join in friendship's holy bands, Our mutual hearts, and plight our mutual hands. I first accosted him, I sued, I sought, And with a loving force to Phaeneus brought. He gave me, when at length constrain'd to go, A Lycian quiver and a Gnossian bow, A vest embroider'd, glorious to behold, And 2 rich bridles with their bits of gold, Which my son's coursers in obedience hold. The league you ask I offer as your right; And when tomorrow's sun reveals the light, With swift supplies you shall be sent away. Now celebrate with us this solemn day, Whose holy rites admit no long delay. Honour our annual feast, and take your seat, With friendly welcome at a homely treat." Thus having said, the bowls remov'd for fear, The youths replac'd, and soon restor'd the cheer. On sods of turf he set the soldiers round; A maple throne, rais'd higher from the ground, Receiv'd the Trojan chief; and o'er the bed A lion's shaggy hide for ornament they spread. The loaves were serv'd in canisters, the wine In bowls; the priest renew'd the rites divine. Broil'd entrails are their food, and beef's continued shine. But when the rage of hunger was repress'd, Thus spoke Evander to his royal guest: "These rites, these altars, and this feast, O king, From no vain fears of superstition spring, Or blind devotion, or from blinder chance, Or heated zeal, or brutal ignorance; But sav'd from danger with a grateful sense. The labours of a god we recompense. See from afar yon rock that mates the sky, About whose feet such heaps of rubbish lie, Such indigested ruin, bleak and bare; How desert now it stands expos'd in air! It was once a robber's den, inclos'd around With living stone, and deep beneath the ground The monster Cacus, more than half a beast, This hold, impervious to the sun, possess'd. The pavement ever foul with human gore; Heads and their mangled members hung the door. Vulcan this plague begot, and, like his sire, Black clouds he belch'd, and flakes of livid fire. Time, long expected, eas'd us of our load, And brought the needful presence of a god. Th' avenging force of Hercules from Spain Arriv'd in triumph from Geiron slain. Thrice livid the giant, and thrice livid in vain, His prize, the lowing herds, Alcides drove Near Tiber's bank, to graze the shady grove. Allur'd with hope of plunder and intent, By force to rob, by fraud to circumvent, The brutal Cacus, as by chance they stray'd, 4 oxen thence, and for fair kine convey'd. And, lest the printed footsteps might be seen, He dragg'd 'em backwards to his rocky den. The tracks averse a lying notice gave, And led the searcher backward from the cave. Meantime the herdsman hero shifts his place, To find fresh pasture and untrodden grass. The beasts, who miss'd their mates, fill'd all around With bellowing, and the rocks restor'd the sound. One heifer, who had heard her love complain, Roar'd from the cave, and made the project vain. Alcides found the fraud; with rage he shook, And toss'd about his head his knotted oak. Swift as the wind's or Scythian arrow's flight, He clomb with eager haste the aerial height. Then first we saw the monster mend his pace, Fear his eyes, and paleness in his face. Confess'd the god's approach; trembling he springs, As terror had increas'd his feet with wings. Nor stay'd for stairs, but down the depth he threw His body; on his back the door he drew. The door, a rib of living rock, with pains, His father hew'd it out, and bound it with iron chains. He broke the heavy links; the mountains clos'd, And bars and levers to his foe oppos'd. The wretch had hardly made his dungeons fast, The fierce avenger came with bounding haste. survey'd the mouth of the forbidden hold, and here and there his raging eyes he roll'd. He gnash'd his teeth, and thrice he compass'd round with winged speed the circuit of the ground. Thrice at the cavern's mouth he pull'd in vain, and panting thrice desisted from his pain. A pointed flinted rock, all bare and black, grew gibbons from behind the mountain's back. Owls, ravens, all ill omens of the night, here built their nests, and hither wing'd their flight. The leaning head hung threat'ning o'er the flood, and nodded to the left the hero stood, adverse with planted feet, and from the right tugg'd at the solid stone with all his might. Thus heav'd the fix'd foundation of the rock, gave way, heav'n echoed at the rattling shock. Tumbling it choked the flood on either side, the banks leap backward, and the streams divide. The sky shrunk upward with unusual dread, and trembling Tiber divided beneath his bed. The court of Cacus stands reveal'd to sight, the cavern glares with new admitted light. So the pent vapours with rumbling sound heave from below, and rend the hollow ground. A sounding flaw succeeds, and from on high the gods with hate beheld the nether sky. The ghosts repine at violated night, and curse th' invading sun, and sicken at the sight. The graceless monster, caught in open day, inclos'd, and in despair to fly away, howls horrible from underneath, and fills his hollow palace with unmanly yells. The hero stands above, and from afar plies him with darts and stones and distant war. He from his nostrils' huge mouth expires black clouds of smoke amidst his father's fires, gath'ring with each repeated blast the night, to make uncertain aim and erring sight. The wrathful god then plunges from above, and where in thickest waves the sparkles drove, there lights, and wades thro' fumes, and gropes his way, half singed, half stifled, till he grasps his prey. The monster spewing fruitless flames he found; he squeezed his throat, he writhed his neck around, and in a knot his crippled members bound. Then from their sockets tore his burning eyes; roll'd on a heap the breathless robber lies. The doors, unbarr'd, receive the rushing day, and thorough lights disclose the ravish'd prey. The bulls redeem'd breathe open air again; next by the feet they drag him from his den. The wond'ring neighbourhood with glad surprise behold his shagged breast, his giant size, his mouth that flames no more, and his extinguish'd eyes. From that auspicious day with rites divine we worship at the hero's holy shrine. Potitius first ordain'd these annual vows; as priests we added the Pinarian house, who rais'd this altar in the sacred shade, where honours ever due for ever shall be paid. For these deserts, and this high virtue shown, we warlike youth your heads with garlands crown. Fill high the goblets with a sparkling flood, and with deep draughts invoke our common god." This said, a double wreath Evander twined, and poplars black and white his temples bind; then brims his ample bowl with like design. The rest invoke the gods with sprinkled wine. Meantime the sun descended from the skies, and the bright evening star began to rise. And now the priest, Potitius at their head, in skins of beasts involv'd the long procession led, held high the flaming tapers in their hands, as custom had prescribed their holy bands. Then with the second course the tables load, and with full chargers offer to the god. The Salii sing, and cense his altars round with Saban smoke, their heads with poplar bound. One choir of old, another of the young, to dance and bear the burthen of the song. The lay records the labours and the praise, and all th' immortal acts of Hercules. First, how the mighty babe, when swathed in bands, the serpent strangled with his infant hands. Then, as in years and matchless force he grew, th' Oechalian walls and Trojan overthrew. Besides, 1,000 hazards they relate, procured by Juno and Eurystheus' hate. Thy hands, unconquer'd hero, could subdue the cloud-born Centaurs and their monstrous crew; nor thy resistless arms the bull withstood, nor the roaring terror of the wood. The triple porter of the Stygian seat, with lolling tongue, lay fawning at thy feet, and, seiz'd with fear, forgot his mangled meat. Th' infernal waters tremble at thy sight. Thee, god, no face of danger could affright, no huge Typhoeus, nor th' unnumber'd snake, increas'd with hissing heads in Lerna's lake. Hail, Jove's undoubted son! an added grace To heav'n, and the great author of thy race. Receive the grateful off'rings which we pay, And smile propitious on thy solemn day. In numbers thus they sung above the rest; The den and death of Cacus crown the feast. The woods to hollow vales convey the sound, The vales to hills, and hills the notes rebound. The rites perform'd, the cheerful train retire. Betwixt young Pallas and his aged sire, The Trojan pass'd the city to survey, And pleasing talk beguil'd the tedious way. The stranger cast around his curious eyes, New objects viewing still with new surprise; With greedy joy enquires of various things, And acts and monuments of ancient kings. Then thus the founder of the Roman tow'rs: "These woods were first the seat of sylvan pow'rs, Of nymphs and fauns, and salvage men, who took Their birth from trunks of trees and stubborn oak. Nor laws they knew, nor manners, nor the care Of lab'ring oxen, or the shining share; Nor arts of gain, nor what they gain'd to spare. Their exercise, the chase, the running flood, Supplied their thirst; the trees supplied their food. Then Saturn came, who fled the pow'r of Jove, Robb'd of his realms, and banish'd from above. The men, dispers'd on hills, to towns he brought, And laws ordain'd, and civil customs taught. And Latium call'd the land where safe he lay From his unduteous son, and his usurping sway. With his mild empire peace and plenty came, And hence the golden times did read their name. A more degenerate and discolour'd age Succeeded this, with avarice and rage. Th' Ausonians then, and bold Sicanians came, And Saturn's empire often chang'd the name. Then kings, gigantic Tybris, and the rest, With arbitrary sway the land oppress'd. For Tiber's flood was Albula before, Till from the tyrant's fate his name it bore. I last arriv'd, driv'n from my native home By fortune's pow'r, and fate's resistless doom. Long toss'd on seas, I sought this happy land, Warn'd by my mother nymph, and call'd by Heav'n's command. End of Book 8, Part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Book 8, Part 2 of the Aeneid. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Aeneid by Publius Vergilius Maro. Translated by John Dryden. Book 8. Arcadian Allies. Part 2. Thus walking on, he spoke, and shew'd the gate, Since call'd Carmental by the Roman state, Where stood an altar sacred to the name Of old Carmenta, the prophetic dame, Who to her son foretold th' Aenean race, Sublime in fame, and Rome's imperial place. Then chose the forest, which in after times fierce Romulus for perpetrated crimes a sacred refuge made, with this the shrine, where Pan below the rock had rites divine. Then tells of Argus' death, his murder'd guest, whose grave and tomb his innocence attest. Thence to steep Tarpeian rock he leads, now roof'd with gold, then thatch'd with homely reeds. A reverent fear, such superstition reigns among the rude, even then possess'd the swains. Some god they knew, what god they could not tell, did there amidst the sacred horror dwell. The Arcadians thought him Jove, and said they saw the mighty Thund'rer with majestic awe, who took his shield and dealt his bolts around, and scatter'd tempests on the teeming ground. Then saw two heaps of ruins: once they stood two stately towns on either side the flood. Saturnia's and young Nicola's remains, and either place the founder's name retains. Discoursing thus together, they resort where poor Evander kept his country court. They view'd the ground of Rome's litigious hall, once oxen low'd where now the lawyers bawl. Then stooping through the narrow gate they press'd, when thus the king bespoke his Trojan guest: "Mean as it is, this palace and this door Receiv'd Alcides, then a conqueror. Dare to be poor, accept our homely food, Which feasted him, and emulate a god." Then underneath a lowly roof he led The weary prince, and laid him on a bed. Then stuffing leaves with hides of bears o'erspread, now Night had shed her silver dews around, And with her sable wings embraced the ground. When Love's fair goddess, anxious for her son, New tumults raising, and new wars begun, Couch'd with her husband in his golden bed, With these alluring words invokes his aid; And that her pleasing speech his mind may move, Inspires each accent with the charms of love. While cruel fate conspir'd with Grecian pow'rs, To level with the ground the Trojan tow'rs, I ask'd not aid th' unhappy to restore, Nor did the succour of thy skill implore, Nor urg'd the labours of my lord in vain, A sinking empire longer to sustain. Tho' much I ow'd to Priam's house, and more The dangers of Aeneas did deplore; But now, by Jove's command, and fate's decree, His race is doom'd to reign in Italy. With humble suit I beg thy needful art, O still propitious pow'r, that rules my heart. A mother kneels a suppliant for her son; By Thetis and Aurora thou wert won, To forge impenetrable shields, and grace With fated arms a less illustrious race. Behold what haughty nations are combin'd Against the relics of the Phrygian kind, With fire and sword my people to destroy, And conquer Venus twice in conquering Troy." She said, and straight her arms of snowy hue About her unresolving husband threw. Her soft embraces soon infuse desire, His bones and marrow sudden warmth inspire, And all the godhead feels the wonted fire. Not half so swift the rattling thunder flies, Or forky lightning flash along the skies. The goddess, proud of her successful wiles, And conscious of her form, in secret smiles. Then thus the pow'r, obnoxious to her charms, Panting, and half dissolving in her arms: "Why seek you reasons for a cause so just, Or your own beauties, or my love distrust? Long since had you requir'd my helpful hand, The artificer and art you might command, To labour arms for Troy; nor Jove nor fate Confin'd their empire to so short a date. And if you now desire new wars to wage, My skill I promise, and my pains engage. Whatever melting metals can conspire, Or breathing bellows, or the forming fire, Is freely yours: your anxious fears remove. and think no task is difficult to love. Trembling he spoke, and eager of her charms, he snatch'd the willing goddess to his arms, till in her lap infus'd he lay possess'd of full desire, and sunk to pleasing rest. Now, when the night her middle race had rode, and his first slumber had refresh'd the god, the time when early housewives leave the bed, when living embers on the hearth they spread, supply the lamp, and call the maids to rise, with yawning mouths and with half-open'd eyes, they ply the distaff by the winking light, and to their daily labour add their night. Thus frugally they earn their children's bread, and uncorrupted keep the nuptial bed. Not less concern'd, nor at a later hour, rose from his downy couch the forging pow'r. Sacred to Vulcan's name an isle there lay, betwixt Sicilia's coast and Lipare, rais'd high on smoking rocks, and deep below, in hollow caves, the fires of Aetna glow. The Cyclops here their heavy hammers deal; loud strokes, and hissings of tormented steel, are heard around; the boiling waters roar, and smoky flames thro' fuming tunnels soar. Hither the father of the fire by night thro' the brown air precipitates his flight. On their eternal anvils here he found the brethren beating, and the blows go round. A load of pointless thunder now there lies before their hands, to ripen for the skies. These darts for angry Jove they daily cast, consum'd on mortals with prodigious waste. 3 rays of writhen rain, of fire 3 more, of winged southern winds and cloudy store, as many parts the dreadful mixture frame, and fears are added, and avenging flame. Inferior ministers for Mars repair his broken axle-trees and blunted war, and send him forth again with furbish'd arms, to wake the lazy war with trumpets' loud alarms. The rest refresh the scaly snake that fold the shield of Pallas, and renew their gold. Full on the crest of Gorgon's head they place, with eyes that roll in death, and with distorted face. "My sons," said Vulcan, "set your task aside; your strength and master skill must now be tried. Arms for a hero forge, arms that require your force, your speed, and all your forming fire." He said. They set their former work aside, and their new toils with eager haste divide. A flood of molten silver, brass, and gold, and deadly steel, in the large furnace roll'd. Of this their artful hands a shield prepare, alone sufficient to sustain the war. 7 orbs within a spacious round they close; one stirs the fire, and one the bellows blows. The hissing steel is in the smithy drown'd; the grot with beaten anvils groans around. By turns their arms advance in equal time, by turns their hands descend, and hammers chime. They turn the glowing mass with crooked tongs; the fiery work proceeds with rustic songs. While at the Limnian god's command they urge their labours thus, and ply the Aeolian forge, the cheerful morn salutes Evander's eyes, and songs of chirping birds invite to rise. He leaves his lowly bed, his buskins meet; above his ankles sandals sheathe his feet. He sets his trusty sword upon his side, and o'er his shoulder throws a panther's hide. Two menial dogs before their master press'd, thus clad, and guarded thus, he seeks his kingly guest. Mindful of promis'd aid, he mends his pace, but meets Aeneas in the middle space. Young Pallas did his father's steps attend, and true Achates waited on his friend. They join their hands, a secret seat they choose; th' Arcadian first their former talk renews. "Undaunted prince, I never can believe the Trojan empire lost while you survive. command the assistance of a faithful friend, but feeble are the succours I can send. Our narrow kingdom here the Tiber bounds, that other side the Latian state surrounds, insults our walls, and wastes our fruitful grounds. But mighty nations I prepare to join their arms with yours, and aid your just design. You come as by your better genius sent, and fortune seems to favour your intent. Not far from hence there stands a hilly town, of ancient buildings and of high renown, torn from the Tuscans by the Lydian race, who gave the name of Caere to the place. Once Agellina call'd, it flourish'd long, in pride of wealth and warlike people strong, till cursed Mezentius in a fatal hour assum'd the crown with arbitrary pow'r. What words can paint those execrable times, the subjects' sufferings, and the tyrant's crimes? That blood, those murders, O ye gods, replace on his own head, and on his impious race. The living and the dead, at his command, were coupled face to face, and hand to hand, till, choked with stench, in loath'd embraces tied, the ling'ring wretches pin'd away and died. Thus plunged in ills, and meditating more, the people's patience tired no longer bore. The raging monster, but with arms beset, his house and vengeance and destruction threat. They fire his place, while the flame ascends; they force his guards, and execute his friends. He cleaves the crowd, and, favour'd by the night, to Turnus' friendly court directs his flight. By just revenge the Tuscans set on fire, with arms their king to punishment require. Their num'rous troops, now muster'd on the strand, my counsel shall submit to your command. Their navy swarms upon the coasts; they cry to hoist their anchors, but the gods deny. An ancient augur, skill'd in future fate, with these foreboding words restrains their hate: "Ye brave in arms, ye Lydian blood, the flow'r Of Tuscan youth, and choice of all their pow'r, Whom just revenge against Mezentius arms, To seek your tyrant's death by lawful arms. Know this: no native of our land may lead This pow'rful people seek a foreign head." Awed with these words, in camps they still abide, And wait with longing looks their promis'd guide. Tarchon, the Tuscan chief, to me has sent Their crown and ev'ry regal ornament. The people join their own with his desire, And all my conduct, as their king, require. But the chill blood that creeps within my veins, And age, and listless limbs unfit for pains, And a soul conscious of its own decay, Have forc'd me to refuse imperial sway. My Pallas were more fit to mount the throne, And should; but he's a Sabine mother's son, And half a native: but in you combine A manly vigour, and a foreign line. Where fate and smiling fortune shew the way, Pursue the ready path to sov'reign sway. The staff of my declining days, my son, Shall make your good or ill success his own. In fighting fields from you shall learn to dare, And serve the hard apprenticeship of war. Your matchless courage and your conduct view, And early shall begin t' admire and copy you. Besides 200 horse he shall command, Tho' few, a warlike and well-chosen band. These in my name are listed, and my son As many more has added in his own." Scarce had he said, Achates and his guest With downcast eyes their silent grief express'd, Who, short of succours, and in deep despair, Shook at the dismal prospect of the war. But his bright mother, from a breaking cloud, To cheer her issue, thunder'd thrice aloud. Thrice forky lightning flash'd along the sky, And Tyrrhene trumpets thrice were heard on high. Then gazing up, repeated peals they hear, And in a heav'n serene refulgent arms appear, Redd'ning the skies, and glitt'ring all around. The temper'd metals clash, and yield a silver sound. The rest stood trembling, struck with awe divine; Aeneas only, conscious to the sign, presaged th' event, and joyful view'd above Th' accomplish'd promise of the Queen of Love. Then to th' Arcadian king this prodigy: "Dismiss your fear, belongs alone to me. Heav'n calls me to the war; th' expected sign Is giv'n of promis'd aid, and arms divine. My goddess mother, whose indulgent care Foresaw the dangers of the growing war, this omen gave, when bright Vulcanian arms, Fated from force of steel by Stygian charms, Suspended shone on high. She then foreshow'd Approaching fights, and fields to float in blood. Turnus shall dearly pay for faith forsworn, And corps, and swords, and shields, on Tiber borne, Shall choke his flood. Now sound the loud alarms, And Latian troops, prepare your perjur'd arms." He said, and rising from his homely throne, The solemn rites of Hercules begun, And on his altars wak'd the sleeping fires; Then cheerful to his household gods retires. There offers chosen sheep th' Arcadian king, And Trojan youth the same oblations bring. Next, of his men and ships he makes review, Draws out the best and ablest of the crew. Down with the falling stream the refuse run, To raise with joyful news his drooping son. Steeds are prepar'd to mount the Trojan band, Who wait their leader to the Tyrrhene land. A sprightly courser, fairer than the rest, The king himself presents his royal guest. A lion's hide his back and limbs infold, Precious with studded work, and paws of gold. Fame thro' the little city spreads aloud Th' intended march amid the fearful crowd. The matrons beat their breasts, dissolve in tears, And double their devotion in their fears. The war at hand appears with more affright, And rises ev'ry moment to the sight. Then old Evander, with a close embrace, Strain'd his departing friend, and tears o'erflow his face. "Would Heav'n," said he, "my strength and youth recall, Such as I was beneath Praeneste's wall! Then, when I made the foremost foes retire, And set whole heaps of conquer'd shields on fire; When Euryalus in single fight I slew, Whom with 3 lives Feronia did endue; And thrice I sent him to the Stygian shore, Till the last ebbing soul return'd no more. Such, if I stood renew'd, not these alarms, Nor death should rend me from my Pallas' arms, Nor proud Mezentius thus unpunish'd boast His rapes and murders on the Tuscan coast. Ye gods, and mighty Jove, in pity bring Relief, and hear a father and a king. If fate and you reserve these eyes to see My son return with peace and victory; If the lov'd boy shall bless his father's sight; If we shall meet again with more delight; Then draw my life in length; let me sustain, In hopes of his embrace, the worst of pain. But if your hard decrees, which, oh, I dread, Have doom'd to death his undeserving head, This very moment let me die, While hopes and fears in equal balance lie. While yet possess'd of all his youthful charms, I strain him close within these aged arms, Before that fatal news my soul shall wound." He said, and swooning sunk upon the ground. His servants bore him off, and softly laid His languish'd limbs upon his homely bed. The horsemen march; the gates are open'd wide; Aeneas at their head, Achates by his side. Next these the Trojan leaders rode along; last follows in the rear th' Arcadian throng. Young Pallas shone conspicuous o'er the rest; gilded his arms, embroider'd was his vest. So from the seas exerts his radiant head The star by whom the lights of heav'n are led; Shakes from his rosy locks the pearly dews, Dispels the darkness, and the day renews. The trembling wives the walls and turrets crowd, And follow with their eyes the dusty cloud, Which winds disperse by fits, and shew from far The blaze of arms, and shields, and shining war. The troops, drawn up in beautiful array, O'er heathy plains pursue the ready way. Repeated peals of shouts are heard around; The neighing coursers answer to the sound, And shake with horny hoofs the solid ground. A greensward shade, for long religion known, Stands by the streams that wash the Tuscan town, Encompass'd round with gloomy hills above, Which add a holy horror to the grove. The first inhabitants of Grecian blood That sacred forest to Silvanus vow'd, The guardian of their flocks and fields, and pay Their due devotions on his annual day. Not far from hence, along the river's side, In tents secure the Tuscan troops abide. By Tarchon led, now from a rising ground, Aeneas cast his wond'ring eyes around, And all the Tyrrhene army had in sight, Stretch'd on the spacious plain from left to right. Thither his warlike train the Trojan led, Refresh'd his men, and wearied horses fed. Meantime the mother goddess, crown'd with charms, Breaks thro' the clouds, and brings the fated arms. Within a winding vale she finds her son, On the cool river's banks retir'd alone. She shews her heav'nly form without disguise, And gives herself to his desiring eyes. "Behold," she said, "perform'd in ev'ry part, My promise made, and Vulcan's labour'd art. Now seek, secure, the Latian enemy, And haughty Turnus to the fields defy." She said, and, having first her son embrac'd, The radiant arms beneath an oak she plac'd. Proud of the gift, he roll'd his greedy sight Around the work, and gazed with vast delight. He lifts, he turns, he poises, and admires The crested helm, that vomits radiant fires. His hands the fatal sword and corslet hold, One keen with temper'd steel, one stiff with gold; Both ample, flaming both, and beamy bright: So shines a cloud, when edg'd with adverse light. He shakes the pointed spear, and longs to try The plated cuishes on his manly thigh; But most admires the shield's mysterious mould, And Roman triumphs rising on the gold. For these, emboss'd, the heav'nly smith had wrought, Not in the rolls of future fate untaught, The wars in order, and the race divine Of warriors issuing from the Julian line. The cave of Mars was dress'd with mossy greens; There by the wolf were laid the martial twins. Intrepid on her swelling dugs they hung; The foster dam loll'd out her fawning tongue. They suck'd secure, while, bending back her head, She lick'd their tender limbs, and form'd them as they fed. Not far from thence new Rome appears with games Projected for the rape of Sabine dames. The pit resounds with shrieks; a war succeeds For breach of public faith, and unexampled deeds. Here for revenge the Sabine troops contend; The Romans there with arms the prey defend. Wearied with tedious war, at length they cease, And both the kings and kingdoms plight the peace. The friendly chiefs before Jove's altar stand, Both arm'd, with each a charger in his hand. A fatted sow for sacrifice is led, With imprecations on the perjur'd head. Near this the traitor Metius, stretch'd between, For fiery steeds is dragg'd along the green. By Tullus' doom the brambles drink his blood, and his thorn limbs are left the vulture's food. There Porsena to Rome proud Tarquin brings, and would by force restore the banish'd kings. One tyrant for his fellow tyrant fights; the Roman youth assert their native rights. Before the town the Tuscan army lies, to win by famine, or by fraud surprise. Their king, half threat'ning, half disdaining stood, while cockles broke the bridge, and stemm'd the flood. The captive maids there tempt the raging tide, scap'd from their chains, with Cloelia for their guide. High on a rock heroic Manlius stood, to guard the temple and the temple's god. Then Rome was poor, and there you might behold The palace thatch'd with straw, now roof'd with gold. The silver goose before the shining gate There flew, and by her cackle sav'd the state. She told the Gauls' approach; th' approaching Gauls, obscure in night, ascend, and seize the walls. The gold dissembled well their yellow hair, And golden chains on their white necks they wear. Gold are their vests; long Alpine spears they wield, And their left arm sustains a length of shield. Hard by, the leaping Salian priests advance, And naked thro' the streets the mad Luperci dance. In caps of wool, the targets dropp'd from heav'n, Her modest matrons in soft litters driven, To pay their vows in solemn pomp appear, And odorous gums in their chaste hands they bear. Far hence remov'd, the Stygian seats are seen, Pains of the damn'd and punish'd Catiline. Hung on a rock the traitor, and around The Furies hissing from the nether ground. Apart from these, the happy souls he draws, And Cato's holy ghost dispensing laws. Betwixt the quarters flows a golden sea, But foaming surges there in silver play. The dancing dolphins with their tails divide The glitt'ring waves, and cut the precious tide. Amid the main two mighty fleets engage, Their brazen beaks oppos'd with equal rage. Actium surveys the well-disputed prize; Leucata's wat'ry plain with foamy billows fries. Young Caesar, on the stern, in armour bright, Here leads the Romans and their gods to fight. His beamy temples shoot their flames afar, And o'er his head is hung the Julian star. Agrippa seconds him with prosp'rous gales, And with propitious gods his foes assails. A naval crown, that binds his manly brows, The happy fortune of the fight foreshows. Rang'd on the line opposed, Antonius brings Barbarian aids, and troops of Eastern kings. Th' Arabian near, and Bactrians from afar, Of tongues discordant, and a mingled war. And rich in gaudy robes, amidst the strife, His ill fate follows him, th' Egyptian wife. Moving they fight, with oars and forky prows; The froth is gather'd, and the water glows. It seems as if the Cyclades again Were rooted up, and justled in the main. Or floating mountains meet; Such is the fierce encounter of the fleet. Fireballs are thrown, and pointed jav'lins fly; The fields of Neptune take the purple dye. The queen herself, amidst the loud alarms, With cymbals toss'd, her fainting soldiers warms. Fool as she was, who had not yet divin'd Her cruel fate, nor saw the snakes behind. Her country gods, the monsters of the sky, Great Neptune, Pallas, and Love's queen defy. The dog Anubis barks, but barks in vain, Nor longer dares oppose th' ethereal train. Mars, in the middle of the shining shield, Is grav'd, and strides along the liquid field. The deer resounds from heav'n with swift descent, And Discord, dyed in blood, with garments rent, Divides the priests; her steps Bellona treads, And shakes her iron rod above their heads. This seen, Apollo from his Actian height Pours down his arrows at whose winged flight. the trembling Indians and Egyptians yield, and soft Sabaeans quit the watery field. The fatal mistress hoists her silken sails, and, shrinking from the fight, invokes the gales. Aghast she looks, and heaves her breast for breath, panting and pale with fear of future death. The god had figur'd her as driving along by winds and waves, and scudding through the throng. Just opposite, sad Nilus opens wide his arms and ample bosom to the tide, and spreads his mantle over the winding coast, in which he wraps his queen, and hides the flying host. The victor to the gods his thanks express'd, and Rome triumphant with his presence bless'd. 300 temples in the town he plac'd, with spoils and altars every temple grac'd. 3 shining nights, and 3 succeeding days, the fields resound with shouts, the streets with praise, the domes with songs, the theatres with plays. All altars flame; before each altar lies, drench'd in his gore, the destined sacrifice. Great Caesar sits sublime upon his throne, before Apollo's porch of Parian stone; accepts the presents vow'd for victory, and hangs the monumental crowns on high. Vast crowds of vanquish'd nations march along, various in arms, in habit, and in tongue. Here Mulciber assigns the proper place For Carians and th' ungirt Numidian race; Then ranks the Thracians in the second row, With Scythians, expert in the dart and bow. And here the tam'd Euphrates humbly glides, And there the Rhine submits her swelling tides; And proud Araxes, whom no bridge could bind, The Danes' unconquer'd offspring march behind, And Morini, the last of humankind. These figures, on the shield divinely wrought, By Vulcan labour'd, and by Venus brought, With joy and wonder fill the hero's thought. Unknown the names, he yet admires the grace, And bears aloft the fame and fortune of his race. End of Book 8. Read by Lars Rolander.